2.
Welcome back to day 2 of Top Summit 2021. We're thrilled that you've taken the time to tune in today. And if you joined us yesterday, welcome back. We hope you learned new things and met new people through a live demo expo and virtual networking happy hour. If you missed our first day, welcome to Top Summit. This conference is brought to you by the Census Open Innovation Labs at the Census Bureau. And what brings us together is the Opportunity Project, a federal innovation program led by our team, which catalyzes new civic technology built with open data, and that puts the data, people, and communities at the center of the process through a facilitated open collaboration process. Head over to the opportunity.census.gov website to learn more. Top Summit will continue from 12 to 5 p.m. Eastern today and tomorrow. And as a reminder, this summit is free and open to the public. So please share the invitation with your colleagues, coworkers, friends, and family, and encourage them to join over the next 2 days. Remember to share your favorite content on social media using hashtag Opportunity Project, hashtag Top Summit 2021, and remember to tag us at US Census Bureau. Yesterday was a packed day filled with fascinating and informative discussions, technology, lightning talks, and new ideas from an incredible group of speakers. We opened the day with a groundbreaking keynote from Census Bureau Acting Director, Ron Jarman, on the need to build a better national data infrastructure. We were introduced to incredible new data tools built by technologists through Top Sprints that shed light on new economic trends emerging from COVID-19. Students from around the country unveiled tech and design projects that visualize and share data in new ways with diverse communities nationwide, while also promoting data literacy and capturing the imagination of new demographics. We heard a panel that educated us about how to create authentic and effective partnerships with minority serving institutions, and speakers from the Library of Congress and General Assembly blew apart our preconceived notions of how we as adults can learn new things. We concluded with a moving discussion about homelessness with a live Q&A, which inspired viewers to think about how they can advance solutions to homelessness while being respectful and uplifting the humanity of unhoused people. And hopefully, each and every one of you took a moment through the expos and networking happy hour to meet someone new and fascinating to bring into your network. Remember, the goal of TOP is also to bring unlikely collaborators to work together for social good. Today, our themes are inclusion, access, and new ideas. We hope you've come prepared to learn because our speakers today will be sharing wisdom on topics like data equity, hiring and talent building, language inclusion, and more. On a very exciting note, we're hosting one of the Census Bureau's first bilingual public conversations, as well as a fireside chat and TED-style talks that will change the way you think about human-centered design and how we listen and learn from one another.
Today, we'll also start announcing the winners of the Open Data for Good Grand Challenge, a competition expanded from 2019's Top Prize Challenge. Leveraging America Competes Act authority, we challenge teams who have participated in a top sprint or used the top model independently to submit their high-impact digital tools that solve problems for the public. Over the next 2 days, and alongside our co-sponsors, we'll be awarding $260,000 and several in-kind prizes to teams that built products demonstrating impact and scalable value to communities in 3 categories: climate, resilience, and the natural environment, society, economy, and the built environment, and health and COVID-19. This challenge was a major exercise in interagency and cross-sector collaboration between 3 federal agencies and 2 non-governmental organizations. Prizes will be awarded by the Census Bureau, the Department of Health and Human Services, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA, and our non-government colleagues at CivStart and Orange Sparkleball. We hope this competition inspires other agencies to push the envelope on interagency and cross-sector collaboration in crowdsourcing, citizen science, and prize challenges. We hope you'll come away from today and the rest of TOP Summit feeling welcomed, inspired, and ready to dive into civic innovation in a whole new way. And if that's how you're feeling, TOP is an amazing entry point. So please reach out via opportunity.census.gov and learn about ways to connect and get involved. Now, let's kick off day 2 of TOP Summit with a very special keynote speaker. The success of TOP would not have been possible without Denise Ross. Denise is a public interest technology expert who recently joined the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy as the second ever U.S. Chief Data Scientist. Previously, she served as a senior fellow at the National Conference on Citizenship and as a fellow at Georgetown's Beck Center for Social Impact and Innovation. She was also a Presidential Innovation Fellow, and she was instrumental in using data in New Orleans during the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina. She is a legend in bringing community voices into data, and she's also a co-founder of the Opportunity Project. Welcome, Denise.
Thank you, Drew. And I see I've got a line over my head. Hold on a sec. It's an honor to be here. I'm 6 weeks into my new role as the U.S. Chief Data Scientist. And I gotta say, the Opportunity Project comes up at least 3 times a week. Y'all have absolutely transformed how we approach data and civic engagement in the federal government. And I'm really proud of how far you've brought this since we were first involved 5 years ago. When Ron Jarman, the acting director of the Census Bureau, spoke yesterday, he focused on the nation's data infrastructure. And he noted that as a researcher or a software developer or urban planner, that sometimes you get used to the data as you find it, whatever the quality is, how frequently or infrequently it is released, and how much detail it gives you about your community. We tend to take it as we get it, as is data. Dr. Jarman issued a challenge to us all. Don't be satisfied with the data you have. And that reminds me of something called the streetlight effect. It goes something like this. A passerby sees a man searching for something under a streetlight and asks what he's looking for. The man says he's lost his key. And so they both look under the streetlight together. After a few minutes, the passerby asks if he's sure that he's lost the keys here under the streetlight. And the man replies, no, I lost them over in the park. The passerby asks, well, why then are you searching over here? And the man replies, this is where the light is. We often get lazy like the man who lost his keys, only looking where the available data are for the answers we are seeking. But using only the data we have can mask important aspects of our society. I'll go over just a few examples that are timely. The first is data about hazardous air quality from a week of intense wildfires. It disappears when you look at the annual average air quality. Data about broadband access is currently reported by internet service providers. And if just one house on a block has access, then the whole block is counted as having internet access. So it really overrepresents coverage. And that doesn't include data on how fast the internet is or how much it costs a family. Data on how students perform on standardized tests for reading and math doesn't tell us how many young people are not taking the tests and may have completely disengaged from the educational system during the pandemic. And lastly, a city's greenhouse gas inventory might include carbon emissions from buildings, power plants, and vehicle miles traveled, things that are comparatively easy to measure. But if it doesn't include the embedded carbon emissions in goods and services, then the people in that city continue to consume products made in polluting factories and transported by polluting modes and have an incomplete view of the emissions caused by the full range of their actions. What's brilliant about the Opportunity Project approach is that it's not just one guy stumbling under a streetlight. It's a full choreographed team of government data stewards, tech teams, user advocates, and product advisors, all of them with their eyes on solving a specific problem. As a former data steward in both local and federal government, opportunities to authentically collaborate with the public were few and far between. Usually we just published the data and hoped it was useful. TOP provides a rare, safe space for federal data stewards to interact with technologists and for community stakeholders and subject matter experts to make sure that the final digital products hit the mark and do no harm. The other great thing about the design of a top sprint is that it lasts 12 weeks. That's a feature, not a bug. 3 full months for the tech teams to dive into the challenge, for the user advocates to keep things grounded in community needs, and the data stewards to learn where their data serves the purpose and where it falls short. 12 weeks is long enough so you really get to know the data. You have to kick its tires and, as Ron says, see if it's really up to the task. Which brings me to my next point. As Ron was talking about yesterday, we do have a data supply chain issue with our nation's data. With the compounding crises of the pandemic, climate fueled disasters, and the chronic stressors of inequality and racism, we need data that is timely, broken down by characteristics such as race, gender, sexual orientation, disability, and veteran status for small geographic areas and tracked over time. During blue skies, it's easy to become complacent with the data you have access to. But when a crisis hits, that's when you really need more from your data. You need more frequent, more granular, more detail in your data. More than 15 years ago, I came up to DC in a secondhand suit, still evacuated from New Orleans due to Hurricane Katrina. I came to talk with federal agencies about how we in New Orleans needed data to chart a path toward an equitable recovery from the storm. I got to meet with Ron Jarman and others at the Census Bureau and Catherine Wallman, the chief statistician of the United States. And I learned that federal statistics just weren't designed for tracking the types of rapid changes our city was going through. We didn't have enough intel to know where to stand up temporary clinics, which parks to rehabilitate first, and with 80% of the childcare centers shuttered, where should we be prioritizing philanthropic dollars in that sector? Back then, there was no Census Pulse household and small business survey. We couldn't see aggregated cell phone records showing where people had been displaced to. Instead, we reviewed the data on electricity hookups, water usage, and traffic patterns. We even looked at images from outer space showing nighttime lights. It turned out that the best way to see how many people were back in New Orleans and where they were living was to get monthly updates from a direct mail marketing company. You know how it is. Junk mail always finds you, even when you come back from a disaster. And it turns out that the company that rents out those mailing lists had the best data on occupied households. Fortunately for us, somebody in that company had the foresight to archive their New Orleans mailing list for July 2005. That was the month before the storm. They ended up donating their company's data to the nonprofit data intermediary I co-led. And because they gave us the pre-Katrina baseline, we could track the percentage of households that had returned and keep it updated every month. It was a game changer for the recovery. Neighborhood associations in the lower Ninth Ward no longer had to use their spring break volunteers to collect data. They could put them to work directly gutting houses rather than counting the houses. Even the police department used the junk mail data as their denominator for crime rates for a spell. As we look at the future of data and how we will use data to better serve the American people, we're going to need to get creative. Private sector data, like we used 15 years ago in New Orleans, will certainly be part of the equation. So will more robust state, local, tribal, and territorial data. One effort to watch is the Equitable Data Working Group, formed from President Biden's executive order on advancing racial equity. This interagency working group is tasked with identifying inadequacies in our existing federal data collection infrastructure and laying out a strategy for improving equitable and responsible data practices in the federal government. Across the federal government as we speak, agencies are looking for data gaps that stand in the way of conducting equity assessments of their policies, programs, and services. When I see what's happening at the federal level on data and equity, it reminds me of the incredible impact that President Obama's Open Government Directive had on me and other open data advocates when I was working at the local level a decade ago. When we saw the transformation happening at the federal level, we realized that we shouldn't have to beg the city for data on building permits or recovery investments. Publishing that data should just be part of being a modern local government. We pitched then candidate for mayor, Mitch Landrieu, on the idea, and within a year, I was inside City Hall working to release the data. How might we propagate this federal attention on equitable data to the state and local level? And how can we build the capacity of state and local governments to use timely, accurate, disaggregated, and geographically granular data to deliver services more fairly to their residents where it's needed most. Well, this is where you all come in. If you work for a company, think about the data you might have to responsibly put towards solving a challenge in our society. Have the foresight of that person at the direct mail marketing company who set aside that pre-Katrina mailing list. If you work for a state, local, territorial, or tribal government, start getting your data ducks in a row for the massive investment in clean water, high-speed internet, climate-ready roads and bridges, public transit, electric vehicle charging stations, and clean, reliable energy that's coming your way. If you work for a university, think about how you can scrub in. Could your computer science department help cities predict where to dig for the lead pipes? Or maybe help locate your state's dangerous abandoned mines? And if you work for a nonprofit, you're often best positioned to identify when we as a society are only looking under the streetlight for solutions. Just like the user advocates in a top sprint, hold policymakers and those delivering services and tools accountable. If you are an early career data professional, check out the US Digital Corps as a way to serve your country. And if you're further along in your career, consider a tour of duty at the US Digital Service, 18F, or as a Presidential Innovation Fellow. And keep an eye out for good government jobs, both federal and local, working with data and technology. And I'll warn you, just don't be deceived by their boring job titles. They don't often put their best foot forward with the job announcements, but the work is really satisfying. My point here is that with the infrastructure law and Build Back Better coming around the corner, we have a once in a generation investment in our nation's infrastructure. And for every infrastructure investment in our nation, every infrastructure project, we will need data infrastructure to, 1, target the investment where it's most needed, and 2, track how it's going so we can make mid-course corrections if needed, and 3, build evidence about what works so we can be better prepared for the next shocks and stressors that come our way. So thank you for coming today. Thanks for rolling up your sleeves with the Opportunity Project and diving into some of the most pressing challenges we face as a nation. Back to you, Drew.
Wow, thank you so much, Denise, both for that fabulous keynote and for being a co-founder of this program and one of the driving forces for why we're all here today. So wonderful to hear from you. And I'm optimistic about the future of community-driven data initiatives with you at the helm. Now, let's get started with the rest of day 2 of Top Summit. Here's a preview of what we have in store today. In our first session, we'll hear from leading experts on how technology can support language access and minority inclusion. You'll have the chance to virtually step into live demo booths exhibiting new technologies that solve our nation's biggest challenges. Then, back here on YouTube, we'll hear more TED-inspired talks about how our legal system, policymaking, and basic government services are being redesigned to put humans first. We'll get down to brass tacks with a plain language discussion on what data equity is with data powerhouses Natalie Evans-Harris and Afua Bruce. We've pulled together an incredible group of talent building professionals to answer your questions on how to break into government or build your talent pipeline using amazing private sector talent. And lastly, right before we announce the first set of winners in the Open Data for Good Grand Challenge, we'll hear from a global expert on practical ways to break through the echo chambers of our own real and virtual worlds and reduce polarization. All right, now let's get started. We'll dive into our first session in just a few minutes.
2, 1.
Welcome to our next session, Equidad e Inclusividad, Technology to Support Language Access and Minority Inclusion. At the beginning of this year, we asked ourselves how we could make talk accessible without requiring people to speak English. Accessibility in multiple languages quickly proved to be an extremely difficult challenge. So we started with Spanish and English accessibility, and you'll hear more about that work throughout the next hour. The session will center on themes from this year's top sprints on making digital content accessible to multilingual communities, minority businesses accessing capital, and helping small businesses thrive in a digital economy, led by the City of New York, the Minority Business Development Agency, and the City of Coral Gables. Our upcoming speakers will explain these challenges in more detail, but in short, the COVID-19 pandemic uncovered and exacerbated many inequalities in access to information, capital, and other key support systems for governments, businesses, organizations, and individuals. This year, companies large and small build solutions to those challenges in coordination with government, community leaders, and business owners, and in many cases, both in Spanish and English. In this session, we'll first hear from John Paul Farmer, the Chief Technology Officer of the City of New York, but followed by Miguel Estienne, Acting National Director of the Minority Business Development Agency. Then we'll hear 4 lightning talks showcasing new solutions to address these challenges built through the Opportunity Project 2021 sprints. So now I am thrilled to introduce John Paul Farmer, Chief Technology Officer of the City of New York. And as New York CTO, he leads a team in delivering technology policy, programs, and products to better serve New Yorkers and build a more future-ready city. Previously, John was Managing Director of Microsoft Cities, where he worked to make communities more livable, more vibrant, and equitable. And at the White House under President Barack Obama, he co-founded and was a key force in institutionalizing the Presidential Innovation Fellows Program. We're honored to have John Paul Farmer introduce our first session for today. Welcome, John.
Gracias, Lorena. Nueva York lo tiene todo y, al parecer, todos. Esta es una ciudad de casi 9 millones de habitantes. 3 millones de los residentes nacieron en el extranjero. Aquí se hablan 800 idiomas diferentes. Aproximadamente la mitad de los hogares habla un idioma diferente al inglés en casa. 1 de cada 5 o casi 2 millones de personas no domina el inglés. Es por eso que el acceso al idioma es importante. Y es por eso que la ciudad de Nueva York está trabajando muy duro para incluir mejor a todos los neoyorquinos. Una ciudad inteligente sabe que el acceso al idioma siempre importa, pero nunca más que durante una pandemia. Una ciudad solo puede ser una ciudad inteligente si sirve a toda su gente. Now in English, New York City has everything, and it seems everyone. This is a city of 8.8 million people. 3 million residents are foreign-born. 800 different languages are spoken here. And roughly half of the households speak a language other than English at home. 1 out of 5, or 1.8 million people, are not English proficient. And that's why language access matters to us. It's why we're working so hard to better include every New Yorker. A city can only be a smart city if it serves all its people, and a smart city knows that language access is always important, but never more so than during a pandemic. For example, one single public-facing service updated COVID-19 public health content 114 times in 8 weeks. That doesn't even include the translation process, which comes in later or delays the release of critical government information. This all creates major barriers to ensuring language access, ranging from cost to available person power. And in an emergency, if people lack equal access to usable information, then we have to ask ourselves, how are we to ensure an equitable recovery? Now, I'd like to talk for a moment about what the New York City Mayor's Office of the Chief Technology Officer has done to support language access. During the first cohort of our award-winning NYCX Innovation Fellows program, we began exploring the space. We learned and it became clear that language access simply is not a solved problem in public interest technology, and many governments and NGOs are duplicating work as they try to find solutions. But what could happen if we worked together? What if we made translation easy, low cost, seamless, or even automatic? Because when many people have the same problem, it just makes sense to collaborate on solutions. This means embodying the digital government principle of working in the open. For example, we released our early prototypes of the Easy Localization System Access, or ELSA as we call it. We released it as open source software, and you can find it in our public-facing NYC CTO GitHub repo. This formed the foundation of our Opportunity Project Sprint work and was shared with the Opportunity Project Sprint tech teams to help inform their further efforts. Because building on top of each other's work is a way to accelerate progress for all of us. And it has been inspiring to see how far things have come, but also to feel the excitement around the potential to radically lower language barriers. This experience has only made the city of New York more dedicated to resolving the language barriers that today prevent too many of our people from accessing the services they need and fully participating in daily life in 2022 and beyond. We need to build back better, and to do that, we need to build better by building for everybody. The city of New York knows language access isn't just a technology problem, and it won't be solved by teams working in isolation. Instead, we're using the spirit of open innovation to advance thinking on how technology can support language access solutions for cities and states and federal agencies that all face the same need. What we shouldn't do is build digital tools on top of systemic inequality. Now, while we're doing this work, is the time to inject equity into our technologies. As more and more content is released in digital formats, language access has become a fundamental part of any service delivery, most certainly including government services, and ELSA can help. Gracias por la invitación de estar aquí con ustedes por hablar un poquito sobre este trabajo critical. Estamos orgullosos de ayudar a convocar a organizaciones públicas y privadas para que aporten tecnología y soluciones para resolver este importante problema. Agradecemos a los equipos de The Opportunity Project y a los organizadores de The Opportunity Project por su trabajo en el apoyo a la innovación en el acceso a IDIMOS. De verdad, la colaboración es nuestro superpoder. Thank you for the opportunity to be with you today to speak about this critical work. We are proud to help convene public and private organizations to bring technology and solutions to bear on this important problem. We thank the Opportunity Project teams and the Opportunity Project program organizers for their work in supporting innovation in language access. Collaboration truly is our superpower. Thank you.
Thank you, John, for that great introduction to these pressing challenges. Next, we'll turn it over to Miguel Estienne, Acting National Director of the Minority Business Development Agency. Miguel spent 20 years in business and financial services and worked in Puerto Rico following Hurricane Maria to support the island's recovery efforts. Since May, Miguel has brought his years of experience to promote the growth of minority-owned businesses through the mobilization and advancement of public and private sector collaboration, policy, and research. Now hear a message from Miguel. Thanks for joining us.
And thank you for inviting me to the 2021 TOP Summit. I am Miguel Estienne, and I am the Acting National Director of the Minority Business Development Agency. Our agency is the only federal agency solely dedicated to the growth and global competitiveness of minority business enterprises. More than 9 million minority-owned firms in the US contribute over $1.7 trillion to the economy. The COVID pandemic made the importance of technology and access to capital even more clear. Many businesses struggle with liquidity challenges as they try to stay afloat and in operation. However, those businesses that adopted technology into their business models, they were able to pivot quickly. That is why I was excited to learn about MBDA's participation in the Opportunity Project. I would like to take a moment to commend Trevon Pete and Bridget Gonzalez for spearheading MBDA's TOP 2021 engagement leading to this week's grand finale. Our goals for the TOP Sprint and the Access to Capital Challenge were met. With the help of our colleagues at the Census Open Innovation Labs and our network of business centers, we attracted many individuals that were thrilled to lend their expertise and ensure the success of our two tech teams. At this time, I would like to recognize two fantastic teams that stepped forward to meet the MBDA challenge. Weems Design Studio and BCA Culture, both from Atlanta, Georgia. Both tech teams embrace the MBDA challenge of helping their fellow minority business owners access and secure capital by creating a digital tool in only 12 weeks. BCA Culture developed a digital platform that offers its user a step-by-step system to position companies to get approved for higher limit business credit and funding. Weems Design Studio has developed a digital platform that provides tailored loan application assistance and support, financial and application-based assessments, and connections with lending institutions. Charles Weems and Darby Alexander, you both showed great leadership in getting your teams prepared weekly and getting them focused. These two tech teams reflect the talent, drive, and success of many of our minority business enterprises across the United States. For all entrepreneurs in attendance, I encourage you to take on a TOP challenge in the near future. Leverage it as an occasion to develop solutions to national problems and showcase your ideas to a large audience. Many thanks to the COIL team for inviting the MBDA to participate in the Opportunity Project 2021 Sprint and for all of your support. It is my hope that we can all do this again in 2021. Thank you.
But I'm wondering if that's specific to the recorded video.
Thank you, Miguel, for your perspectives and leadership in this collaboration. And thank you for the shout outs to some of the incredible minority business owners who stepped up to solve some of these problems. Now let's hear from the technologies themselves about the solutions they developed.
Now we'll turn it to lightning talks from some of the teams who developed digital products to improve language access and minority inclusion. First, we'll hear from Charles of Weems Design Studio, which addressed the challenge put forward by the Minority Business Development Agency of improving minority business access to capital. Over to you, Charles.
Good afternoon, and thank you. My name is Charles Weems, and I'm the owner of Weems Design Studio, and I'm here to talk about our solutions to the MBDA problem of minority access to capital. In working with the TOP program over the past 12 weeks, we've been able to identify 3 areas most minority entrepreneurs have issues when they're trying to receive capital investment from a lending institution. So one being a lack of knowledge just around the loan application itself. Process awareness, how is that information being used to get to a yes or a no for capital investment? And then last but not least, the actual relationship with the lending institution, be it traditional or non-traditional lending. Our solution we're calling Archimedes helps to address these 3 areas. So the first being just financial literacy around the business loan application itself. So providing clarity on terms and context of the business loan application. The second area is we've developed an assessment to give the entrepreneur immediate feedback on how well their business is performing from the eyes of a lending institution. And the third area is actually filling out the business loan application so that it's ready to be submitted to a lending institution. So in working with different types of business loan applications, we were able to identify common areas and break that information up into sections. So by breaking that information up, it has allowed us to develop and implement help tools such as videos, textual reference, and textual context for concepts that may be otherwise seem confusing for an entrepreneur. Once we've collected all of that data, we're able to now provide immediate feedback on specific areas that most lending institutions identify whether they should provide capital or not. So for an example, this particular entrepreneur has a great debt to coverage ratio. The years in business is 2 years. We generally like to see more than 2 years, but that's okay. Their credit score is 750, which is great. So based on the information we collected and the assessment that we have, the overall rating for this business is great. It doesn't guarantee that they will get capital investment, but they're in a good position to receive capital investment from a lending institution. Once we have captured all of that information, the user selects the loan type that they would like to fill out. And we actually take all of that information and digitally fill out the information for them for that business loan application. Here are a few of the data sets or entities that provide data sets that we've used so far. We're looking to use the data set to give the entrepreneur information on what entrepreneurs or businesses like theirs, what type of capital they've applied for in the past and what have they been funded. And then also guide the entrepreneur to institutions that may be better fitted for their particular need based on their industry. The next steps that we have for Archimedes is we've identified 7 points that we're trying to refine. And these are points that are of interest from an underwriting standpoint. We're also deciding to expand from the loan application itself, help the entrepreneur to develop a loan package, which includes information like a resume, your business license, information about your Secretary of State. And then also, after we have all of that completed, we're looking to test our concept with the Atlanta MBDA Center, where I'm also a client. And we know that they do good work of working with entrepreneurs in our area. So be on the lookout for more information. You can go to archimedes.com. We will constantly update the website where we are with our application. And thank you for listening to my presentation on our solution.
Thank you, Charles. It's so incredible to see how you simplified the process of applying for loans by addressing some of the main barriers to obtaining capital. Next, we'll hear from Vicente from Digisalt's team, which tackled the challenge of helping small businesses thrive in a digital economy, led by the city of Coral Gables, Florida. Over to you.
I am Vicente Pimienta, CEO of Digisalt. Since we have been improving the digital literacy of Hispanic small business owners for the past 25 years with online tools, education, and coaching, Digisalt was excited to accept the top 2021 challenge to solve the problem statements presented by the City of Coral Gables and the U.S. Census Bureau because it was about helping small businesses thrive in a digital economy. During the top challenge, Digisalt had the opportunity to participate in strategic workshops, learn from dataset shepherds, other participating tech teams, user advocates, and end users. The conversation with user advocates helped us recognize their pain points around finding relevant data, the kind of data that helps them make informed business decisions. An online questionnaire sent to 10,000 end users told us they needed help with marketing. That defined our product objective. Create an online tool that uses free government data to help them with marketing, grow their business, and recover from the pandemic. That's when we ideated the Digisalt report around elements that met the needs of our 3 opportunity project stakeholders, in particular, the end user, the small business owners. But the report would, number 1, increase their awareness and usage of the free available data from the U.S. Census Bureau and the City of Coral Gables. Number 2, create an easy online tool for small business owners that gathers free government data, specifically used for marketing efforts. And number 3, improve their digital literacy by teaching and coaching small business owners how to implement the data into their marketing efforts. The following video was designed to help clarify how this tool was imagined from prototyping and put into user testing. Enjoy.
Small business owners who dedicate themselves to running their company need to make multiple decisions every day. There are a lot of things to take care of, and it takes their attention away from thinking about how to grow the business. In a nutshell, they're not aware of all the public data available. It's hard to find, it takes a lot of time to collect, and they don't know what to do with it. Instead, a business could use government data insights to more accurately launch promotions, products, or other marketing activities to add value to their offering. They need the DigiResults report. 1. Always accessible online. It provides busy small business owners with one tool, one place, one report that gathers the most relevant information from multiple government sources and converts them into one custom business report. Additionally to the DigiResults report, the tool provides access to videos that can guide the small business owners on how to interpret the information for business and marketing decisions. Finally, it can provide DIY instructions, easy to implement pre-designed services, or they can even book a live digital tutor to coach them through the process. What is the DigiResults report? One tool specifically designed to use public data like demographic info, behavior, and activity from the local community where the business is located. One report that helps small business owners to discover information and create actionable next steps based on the insights they can get from analyzing the data. The DigiResults report extracts U.S. Census and the City of Coral Gables' most relevant data to help small business owners in their decision-making for growth. The report is based on data points the user inputs following an easy-to-understand step-by-step process. Users will have access to free and premium education, tools and services that help them plan and implement marketing strategies to grow their business. DigiResults report. One tool, one place, one report to help you grow your business.
Thank you so much to Vicente and to the DigiResults team. Awesome to see how you combined information from so many diverse sources to allow busy small business owners to make actionable decisions. And next, we'll hear from Isabel from Participant, who will share a unique solution to helping small businesses adapt to the digital economy. Over to you, Isabel.
A pleasure to be with you today. My name is Isabel Swiderski, and I'm co-founder of Participant. When we first started getting involved in the top challenge, we focused on the City of Coral Gables challenge, which was to support small and medium businesses recover in the wake of the pandemic. What we found was that 60% of net new job gain since 2012 in Florida was from companies with less than 100 employees. We also found that 52% of revenue on average was lost across all industries due to the pandemic. So there's a real need to act quickly. So we narrowed down the problem statement to support local business recovery, but also to increase regional economic competitiveness by making visible community assets and opportunities so that we could quickly match them to eligible businesses or partners, whether they were already located in Coral Gables or might be thinking of investing or relocating to the region. So what were we focusing on? Specifically, we looked at developing a two-sided platform. So supporting economic development actors and partners, so think of cities or universities, for example, who are wanting to reach specific community goals and have a clear sense of the assets and resources that are available in the community. On the other side, we're looking at business owners, investors, or partners who are either already seeking support and are based in Coral Gables, or are wanting to invest, or are interested in relocating because they find the region attractive. To do this, we always also want to leverage open data, in this instance specifically, the US Census Small Business Pulse Survey data, as well as local Coral Gables data. This way, we could respond on real data quickly to address not only this crisis post-pandemic, but looking forward to the overall health and economic competitiveness of the region moving forward. So what does it look like? If you're a partner or economic agent, you have the ability to create a profile, submit an opportunity with a name, a description, some photos, some additional documents, and if there are any, and of course, contact information. On the front end for businesses, we want to make sure that we lower access, barriers to access, of course. So in this instance, you put in the city, Coral Gables, and you submit for a filtering search. And you can see that front and center, we have the top 5 sectors that are most affected by COVID, which is based on the US Census data updated weekly. And then you could filter by category or keywords or NAICS code, enabling you to find opportunities that are particularly suited to your business type. What do we mean by opportunity? Our thinking here is quite broad, and again, tying it back to the overall economic and general health of the community. So think of a development opportunity, maybe a vacant lot exists, or an innovation hub is seeking tech startups for their spaces, or maybe there's a crowdfunding opportunity to build an affordable housing co-op building, or maybe a funding source is seeking founders with a certain profile. So with the opportunities, you're able to find out what is most accessible to you and how to quickly match the opportunity to a partner that can help you fulfill that opportunity. So our greater vision is really to support the overall community health by accelerating access for partners and talent to corporate, educational, or governmental opportunity by leveraging open source data. Our 3 pillars are entrepreneurship, innovation, and capital. So matching, for example, training and support for entrepreneurs who need it, facilitating connections between folks working on the same North Star, or increasing access to capital through specific criteria definition or an expanded pool of sources. To find out more about this initiative, you can go to participant.world or demo.participant.world. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Isabel. I can see how useful it'll be for local communities to query and visualize actionable data, as well as to connect potential opportunities with business owners able to address them. And finally, we will turn it over to Igor from SmartCat, who tackled New York City's challenge of increasing content accessibility for multilingual communities. Over to you, Igor.
Hi, I'm Igor Afanasyev, Senior Product Manager at SmartCat. We've been invited to take a part in the sprint of the Opportunity Project to help government agencies solve the problem of increasing content accessibility for multilingual communities. More specifically, we tried to answer one particular question: how can we manage multilingual websites efficiently? This was a recurring question from user advocates. They told us stories how during a pandemic, they had to update certain website pages multiple times a day in multiple languages, had to constantly copy-paste content into Word files, send them over to linguists, and paste translations back. They had to track all of the small changes that needed to be implemented here and there, understanding the urgency and sensitivity of the content, yet sometimes having no knowledge of the languages they were working with. Here's the elephant in the room. Maintaining websites is a challenge by itself. Living through pandemic showed us that keeping our websites up to date with all the news and responding to emergencies is even more challenging. And on top of that, having to deliver content not in one language, but in 5 or 10 with no delays adds even more complexity. As we dug deeper, the main underlying problems turned out to be slow procurement processes. It can easily take 6 to 9 months to kick off a new project or pick a new supplier or technology partner. Lack of proper tools and automation to translate and publish multilingual websites. And lack of technical expertise, which increases the chance of failure. SmartCat is a translation platform that solves 2 of these challenges, procurement and automation, out of the box. SmartCat is the only translation platform that has a built-in marketplace and a payment automation component. You go through the procurement procedure just once, sign a contract with SmartCat, and then use any translation agency or freelancer. At the end of the month, you pay a single bill to SmartCat, and we will disburse the payments to your suppliers. We found that this resonates with government entities which have to work with multiple suppliers. For example, when they want to spread jobs between local businesses, businesses owned by minority groups, by people of color. SmartCat is an open platform that offers best-in-class automation, especially when it comes to websites. We offer connectors to popular content management systems, build new ones, and allow our clients to use the automation technology at no extra charge. But as a part of the sprint, we also wanted to solve the third challenge, lack of technical expertise. So we wrote a white paper. When we presented this idea during the course of the sprint, it received a very positive feedback. Some said it might become a game changer and give a bigger impact than any specific product. In this white paper, we identify the challenges that government agencies have and why they happen. We provide main concepts, show where to start and where to look at when choosing translation and content authoring solutions. We focus on website localization and talk about different technical approaches to building multilingual websites. We give an in-depth overview of translation automation techniques and explain how to achieve multilingual content authoring, translation, and publishing at scale. Finally, we touch upon the topic of machine translation and how to use it efficiently. We hope this white paper will be a good starting point for any organization that wants to make their content accessible to multilingual communities or needs to improve their current processes. It will be freely available on our website and in a downloadable PDF form. With that, I want to thank the Opportunity Project for inviting us to this sprint. We met many interesting people, learned quite a few things ourselves, and got a chance to help the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Igor. It's awesome to see how you tackled this challenge in a unique way through a white paper that shares the needs, challenges, and opportunities of translating content quickly and into many different languages to ensure communities receive the timely information they need. And thank you to all the teams who tackled these challenges. That concludes the lightning talks in this segment. Next, we'll turn to a discussion on how bilingual Spanish-English became a part of these sprints and more about what's next.
Wow, it's truly amazing to see these products, especially after seeing them grow during the sprint process, going from concepts into fully functioning products. We can't wait to see them and the impact that they have. Now let's move on to hearing from collaborators and community leaders on some of the exciting bilingual work they've led in this year's sprints and what's coming up next year, including the very exciting launch of Top Puerto Rico. I'm excited to introduce Megan Kennedy, founder and principal at Orange Sparkle Ball, an innovation and impact consultancy that accelerates initiatives in the private and public sector in collaboration with startups. Megan has been a longtime collaborator and champion of the Opportunity Project. She has participated in various roles, including as a product advisor, supporting our Open for Good Grand Challenge as an in-kind partner, and in 2021 as a tech team, supporting small businesses and entrepreneurs grow in the digital economy. We're also joined by Dana Montenegro, Chief Design Officer at Rubenware, a Puerto Rico-based emerging technology and design consultancy, putting people first and humanizing the customer experience. Dana was also involved in creative response and cross-sector collaboration in Puerto Rico in the aftermath of Hurricane Maria, and we look forward to hearing his stories. Thanks for being with us today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lorena, that was a lovely intro. Thank you so much. So as you mentioned, we've had the opportunity to partner with TOP for a few years now. And one of the things that's consistently struck me is the role that TOP plays in convening a diverse group of folks from many sectors, geographies, and backgrounds to build a dynamic CivTech and open innovation ecosystem. Lorena, I would love for you to talk a little bit about how you've managed to be such a successful convener and what your goals are for the program.
Well, I think it's all in the name, right? It's all about opportunity. What TOP brings is really a framework for how different sectors and key players and industries that are interested in using data for good and for change can come together. And it's really about facilitating a cross-sector collaboration that brings in the technologists, the community advocates, and the folks that with lived experiences on the ground that can collaborate to rapidly design digital solutions for the public good. And I think that's a really core premise of the Opportunity Project. It's about the technology and the data in as much as it is about bringing the end user to the table. And by end user, we mean the people and the communities themselves who are going through and being impacted by some of these challenges that we touch on the Opportunity Project. But it's also really about breaking down silos. Isabel from Participant, we just heard from her in the demo, really said it best. It's about facilitating connections of people working towards the same North Star. So it's creating a process for creative solutions to kind of come to the table, addressing the same issue or challenge that many sectors are trying to solve at the same time. And we do it, like you heard earlier, in 12-week sprint cycle. So it's bringing together not just in a one-time event or a one-time hackathon. It's really about kind of sustainability and consistency of the process. And the goal, and I think why TOP as an ecosystem builder is so replicable and scalable, is that it's designing with and not for, and that process is really democratizing creativity for everyone and putting that creative approach in the hands of people that might not see themselves as problem solvers. And in this case, creating problem solvers using tools and methodologies like human-centered design. And another thing we heard today that really kind of solidifies is around lowering barrier to access. And access in the context of this conversation definitely includes language. Estuvimos hablando hace un momento sobre inclusividad. Sabemos que el lenguaje es usualmente una de las, yo diría, primeras barreras a participación colectiva para utilizar recursos o programas, ya sea del gobierno o ya sea adopción de tecnología. So adoption of technology, use of government resources, having a call to action for communities, thinking about language as really the first step in lowering that barrier and access and entry point for all communities.
I love that democratizing creativity is amazing. With that, I'm going to talk just a little bit about the kind of our opportunity to pilot with you just recently in the fall. We worked on, one, just as an organization, we're always interested in piloting new technology and new approaches. So we're always game to partner with you. But we worked on piloting a bilingual product sustainability workshop with the tech teams from the Minority Business Development Agency, as well as the City of Coral Gables. And as with all pilots, we learned a whole bunch of things just from, kind of one workshop pilot. And we were really looking to understand what was valuable to those tech teams. So what made their job in kind of coming in and feeling empowered to build these tools easier. And then how could we help their tools be more sustainable? So we also were trying to think about, because those of us who do human-centered design or a lot of co-creation are always thinking about how to pull user advocates in or end users. So how do we help the tech teams design product roadmaps with the voice of users in the room as they're designing their roadmap? It was a lot to try to tackle in one pilot. So we are tackling language, as Lorena mentioned, really thinking about how to get that end user voice in. We also used Wordly, a technology platform for real-time translation. And the kind of awesome thing about them were they were a tech team in a sprint, in a New York City sprint at the same time. So we were able to kind of partner across sprints. And then, as I mentioned, we were testing this roadmap tool. So as you do when you're doing human-centered design, you often realize that you made a lot of assumptions. So one of the assumptions we made was that people that we recruited in the tech teams would want to speak Spanish. And that was actually, we had fewer Spanish speakers than we thought we might. But we also assumed that we would be able to integrate the kind of voice of the end user more easily than we could, because putting together a product roadmap is so complex. getting the end users or the user advocates as proxies up to speed quickly, so that they could really participate was challenging. So the beauty of it was a pilot, so we were able to test things, and now we have I would say a bunch of iterative pilots to try, because we really were allowed to figure out what worked and what didn't work, and learned a lot. But by piloting, that provides a space for experimentation. And really the part that is near and dear to my heart is it really is a true expression of open innovation. So how do you bring a bunch of groups together to really work on creating a sustainable product? So thank you always for allowing us to partner with you. And we're always excited about piloting. And I think I have somebody else here who's super excited about piloting as well. Dana, I would love for you to talk a little bit about your approaches to working with communities. And because I know you have some really interesting thoughts on human-centered design and kind of your experiences in that area.
Yeah, so I'm excited to hear all these projects that people are talking about. And for example, we just heard the person from Digisalts talking about how they went out and they listened and they looked for pain points, and that became their North Star. And I think, any designer will tell you that you find real solutions by first finding the real problem, right? Yeah, and I've always found that, here in Puerto Rico, wherever you go, your first step is to kind of leave all your assumptions behind, right? And go out and talk to people and understand the real problem, because there's nothing like, you see a lot of hackathons. When I had first heard about the Opportunity Project, I thought, oh, this is a hackathon. They're going to get a lot of data scientists and get a lot of software engineers, and they're going to have a great time. There's going to be a lot of pizza, and they're going to deliver something, and they're going to take it to a community or someone with a need and say, look at the great thing I brought to you, right? Only to find out they brought, lechon, a big roast pig, to a vegetarian dinner, right? If you don't know the problem, you can't really solve it, right? You fall flat, right? I think the other thing that we've learned is you have to go in with very kind of like virgin ears, right? You can't assume that a community doesn't do anything against the problem, right? I think we've seen it here in Puerto Rico, for forever. People come with great intentions, thinking that, there's not enough small businesses, so we need to teach people from the ground up. Well, no. When you go to underserved communities, poor communities, whether it's in the mainland United States or here in Puerto Rico, actually, there's a lot of entrepreneurship. It's just not quite the formalized, kind of entrepreneurship you're used to, but there are tremendous skills there, right? I think any designer that goes into anything really kind of has to start by looking what's there. What do people already know? And come in and be a partner, not a savior, right? By partnering with people, you're able to kind of maximize what's already going on and what people are doing, and then bring to them things that they don't have, like you hear in some of these ideas in Atlanta, where they're translating not the language, they're translating the bureaucracy for people so they can get the access to the things they need for the businesses they have.
Thank you so much. I think the problem, I actually have a sticky note. I was smiling as you were talking that says the problem is the entry point. Just as a reminder, because even for those of us who do this all the time, sometimes it's really nice to have that sticky note reminder.
As a designer here at Wovenware, I have an office filled with data scientists and with software engineers, some of the just brightest kids in Puerto Rico. And as a designer, I always think of myself as kind of this problem finder for them. If they're that talented, they're that smart, they do amazing things. We've worked on finding, like using AI and deep learning in order to identify where there are airborne, mosquito-borne diseases like Zika, right? I have all these young people here. I feel my job is to find them the right problem to solve, because there's nothing worse than putting truly talented young technologists on the wrong problem, because they're never going to be able to deliver the right things. And that's kind of the other thing I like about the Opportunity Project is give the right problem, give the problem as it's framed, from a government agency, allow people to play with that, challenge that, and then put these amazing data scientists and software engineers and unleash them, but unleash them against what matters.
The real problem, for sure. I love that. Lorena, as we were prepping, you talked a lot, and I know your top PR is very close to your heart. And you talked a lot about the beauty of top, the model, and then the flexibility of the model being adaptable to the cultural context, wherever that is. I would love for you to kind of talk a little bit about how you think about that. And in particular, as you're thinking about top PR, I think it's probably top of mind for you.
Thank you. I think one of the first things that come to mind is the cultural context and the cultural setting of where these problems are being, designed. And going back to Dana's point earlier, it's not just about a government agency or an NGO partner and saying, hey, here's a national debt challenge. It's putting the context behind the problem is really, I think, unique specifically for Puerto Rico, especially going years on end of mobilization, activation. The NGO sector in Puerto Rico has done amazing work, specifically, not only through the pandemic, but after Hurricane Maria, Hurricane Irma. We've seen the willpower of the communities themselves in coalescing to solve these challenges. So I think that cultural competence of everybody involved and understanding that some underlying issues are not easy problems to solve. These are not things that you could just put policy on top and say, hey, here's a really good set of data, now go and fix it. It just doesn't work that way. And I think trust building is also a key factor. Building trust, amongst communities and among sectors, and having that collaboration to truly come from a place of wanting to make change and impact, but then adding on top of that data and technology. It's the perfect space for co-designing. And the adaptive model that TOP, I believe brings to the table in terms of the framework is so scalable and adaptable and flexible that it could be implemented in however it best serves the community intended to. In this case, Opportunity Project applied to Puerto Rico can look very different from what we've seen, in past years. And really thinking about the participants as the drivers. In 2018, we collaborated with stakeholders in Puerto Rico. We came here, I'm in Puerto Rico right now. We came here in 2018, we did an open data for Puerto Rico event and collaborated with universities, with, startup community, with students, academia, researchers that were really invested in disaster response and recovery efforts, in thinking about how we could better leverage the challenge of addressing and el tema de las direcciones en Puerto Rico, que es un problema muy grande con respecto a cómo se encuentran estas comunidades, donde tú sabes dónde hay un hospital, donde hay un community center, donde hay las necesidades médicas, por ejemplo. So understanding where these necessities are, whether it's community center, a hospital, whether it is, hey, in the case of, a rural community in the mountainous area of Puerto Rico, sometimes the only bridge to get to that community collapses. And you can't get, emergency responders, you can't get ambulances there. And sometimes, we think about our technology and we take it for granted. When you have an entire island without power and you can't connect to a server, Google Maps is not going to help. All this data that we use on a daily basis, if we don't think about it in the context of literally there's no power, no water, there's no communication, there's no cell reception. How do you get there? How do you get to that family that needs the help? In the case of Maria, for example. So when we thought about that problem back in 2018, we actually had a lot of engagement, and we know that there is this, not only the talent and the skill set to address these challenges. For example, we had a participant in that sprint responding to addressing systems and standardizing addresses and helping local government, and tribal communities. It was a national problem statement. We had a team that actually worked on the civic address system and the challenges. Raul Rios from ICASA Puerto Rico, he actually won an award similar to the Open Data for Good Grant Challenge that year. And really kind of the power of what we've seen already and how stakeholders are not only bringing their expertise into an open process, but the doors that it has opened. This individual based on this participation on the Opportunity Project is now collaborating federally wide with all agencies that have a vested interest in resolving the address and issue in Puerto Rico, and supports the Census Bureau, Department of Transportation, and many other agencies as a real subject matter expert. So it's opening the doors. It's beyond the Opportunity Project and beyond the sprint itself. What really brings kind of that ecosystem building, which is already very, very strong in Puerto Rico, and it's just aligning that force to a problem statement that really matters. We've also seen scalability in the ways of universities and cities taking Opportunity Project and applying it on their own. The Beck Center at Georgetown and the Center for Public Impact created top cities, and they worked with 3 cities this year. We've seen Harvard University and Rutgers University also create Top at Harvard, for example, which is the model applied to what does it look like to bring students from interdisciplinary students and bringing skill sets together. And you can check that out on Harvard's website. It's Top at Harvard. So these are very clear examples of the scalability and kind of how flexible the approach is. And it's not one size fits all, but we're seeing that perspectives, expertise, and skill sets, and above the creativity of the crowds in problem solving is really what the model represents.
And I just keep going back to the idea of you as the top team as the conveners, because in each of those examples, that really is kind of the glue, this very flexible model and your desire to be a convener, which it allows all of those examples to happen. Turning back to Puerto Rico, I want to just in our last couple minutes, Dana, you talked about, and as I'm thinking about community innovation and empowerment and democratizing creativity, you talked about some amazing examples of kind of the power of community already happening in Puerto Rico. And it made me think about kind of providing this really adaptable framework could catalyze even bigger community innovation. So I just wanted I would love to hear some of those stories again. I'll say it that way.
So everything that Lorena says is so interesting to me, right? I see all these community, you go on the top website, you see all these things that people have done all over the nation, all right? And I see that Puerto Rico has all the right ingredients. One, we have no end of problems that need to be fixed. And that sounds very negative, right? We've been through a hurricane, earthquakes, we're all in the pandemic with everyone else, right? We've had economic problems for the last 10 years, right? We have problems to solve, right? There's nowhere you can't throw a stick like most communities, right? But we also have a lot of these ingredients that make top work. One is a perfect example, the earthquake happens in the south of the island and thousands of people are suddenly homeless. They can't go back into their homes. And it's everyday people in Puerto Rico who start going into Costco and into stores and they're buying tents, right? My wife and her whole team did it. And they're buying inflatable mattresses and they're going in caravans in their cars from the north of Puerto Rico down the highway to the south. They're there before government responders are really there, right? And they're setting up tent cities themselves. There are people who are ready to respond. Second, there is a ton of talent. Puerto Rico is a place where you can't throw a rock and not hit an engineer, right? We produce more women engineers than anywhere in the United States per capita, right? We have engineering universities all over the place, right? I'll give you an example of using design to start solving a problem. So a few years ago, I worked on a project where you have a lot of people with which I don't know how to say it in English, discapacidad funcional, right? They have, with the way they're born, they have issues in cognitive capabilities, right? Well, we worked with a nonprofit organization, El Banco Popular de Puerto Rico, which is the biggest bank in Puerto Rico and does a lot to try to shape the community of Puerto Rico. And how can you get those people into jobs? Because many of them want jobs, and their parents want them to have jobs too, because when their parents are gone, who's going to take care of this child? This is a very emotional problem, right? But with all these people out there who could work, they weren't being matched with the people who wanted to work. So we went out and we talked to nonprofit organizations. Who are these people? Explain to us the challenges that families have and that these people have. We talked to people who were this audience and their family members. And then we convened, going back to the topic of convening, 70 people who came and volunteered for a weekend to go through like a Google design sprint. How could we generate the best possible ideas against real problems to solve this? And different kinds of people came. Technologists came, social workers came, nurses came, family members came. And we ended up generating all these ideas that now these ideas are actually being put in place in Puerto Rico. And they're little things. Transportation was an issue. The need for having a coach at that business to be the champion for that person in the beginning, right? So that things didn't go wrong in the beginning, right? The ability to matchmake between business and the right kind of talent, them not realizing that some of this talent, they're really good at things that the rest of us in the world are not good at, right? Extreme focus and stuff like that. So Puerto Rico has the challenges, but it also has a talent. It has a culture of people coming together to solve problems. What's needed is that convening to connect us to the right problems. So John Paul Farmer used the term of working in the open, government working in the open. Well, access to data is hard here in Puerto Rico. Having the data is hard, but also getting access to it. And it's not that people in government don't want to, they don't feel that they're authorized maybe to provide the data. I love the way the Opportunity Project kind of gives permission to government leaders not to bring the solution. Just bring me the problem, bring me the data, and then let's do it together. The best ideas are always, co-created. So why not? So the idea of bringing this kind of framework, a flexible framework to Puerto Rico to address our problems is very exciting because we have the ingredients, we have the problems, we just need the convening.
Lorena, that's definitely to you.
I think you said it best, Dana. No lack of problem statements, a lot of problem solvers, and data as the accelerant to finding those solutions. So estoy muy entusiasmada de anunciar que el año que viene estaremos lanzando Top Puerto Rico, tocando en temas como salud mental, pobreza infantil, temas sobre el clima, ambiente y los recursos naturales, problemas como desperdicios sólidos, que es prevalente en la isla. El tema de las direcciones y la data geoespacial y cómo se utiliza esto para salvar vidas. Ayudar también en temas como pequeños negocios y acelerar cómo los negocios pueden accesar capital de maneras no tradicionales y más creativas. So we're very excited to announce Top Puerto Rico. We're going to be touching next year on topics like mental health, childhood poverty, environmental justice and climate. Also, how we rethink the problem of addressing in Puerto Rico and the use of geospatial data, and how do we help small businesses continue to grow and access capital in creative and non-traditional ways. So if you're interested in collaborating, head over to opportunity.census.gov, our website, click on Get Involved, and tell us your interest in collaborating next year with the Opportunity Project Puerto Rico. So thank you so much for tuning in. This was an amazing conversation. Thanks, Megan, for your continued support, and Dana for your collaboration. This was an amazing conversation. Thanks for joining the Opportunity Project Summit today.
Gracias. Estamos listos para empezar.
Gracias.
Gracias.
Thank you so much to this group of longtime collaborators and community experts for sharing your perspectives and thoughts on how these solutions can have the most impact. We're thrilled to kick off Top Puerto Rico and even more multilingual work next year. And thank you to all
to all of the teams who participated in these 3 sprints and developed digital products to tackle critical challenges. In addition to the teams you just heard from, we'd like to acknowledge the other teams from the sprints. Wordly further developed their product, which increases accessibility and inclusivity by interpreting conference and meeting speakers into more than 20 languages simultaneously. BCA Culture used small business administration data to develop a step-by-step system to position companies to be approved for higher limit business credit and funding. Government Blockchain Association created Safe Digi ID, which uses Census Bureau and Coral Gables local data to enhance data privacy for business owners and their employees and customers, as well as expedite employee onboarding and facilitate certification, training, and licensing efficiency for small and medium businesses. Cyber Trust America developed SafetyNet ID, or SafetyNet, which uses Census Bureau and City of Coral Gables data to help small businesses adopt digital capabilities and help funding organizations increase visibility for data-driven investment decisions. Thank you to all the teams for stepping up to the plate to solve these challenges. What's so meaningful about these teams is that many of them are also minority business owners and small business owners themselves, who brought their tech skills to the table and shared their experience as end users. We hope you will join us in the next session for interactive live demos of some of the products and others. The expo will be in the platform AirMeet. The link to join is in the YouTube chat, and you can also find it on the website where you registered for Top Summit. In the expo, teams will be in virtual booths where you can view live demos of their products and meet the teams who built them. You will need to register, but it'll take less than 2 minutes. The expo will be open until 2:45 p.m. Eastern, but come back by 2 p.m. if you'd like to hear the next session, another set of 3 TED-style talks on justice, the new economy, and data for the American dream. We'll see you all there.
Welcome back. Hopefully your hearts and minds are full after hearing about the incredible work that our top participants have accomplished over the last year. If you're brimming with new hope about how data and tech can improve the world around us, just wait until you hear these next speakers. They'll be sharing 10-minute talks with us, TED style, on new ideas, focused on providing fair access to basic legal representation through tech, the idea of new practice in public service, and how data and human-centered design can advance the American dream. Let's kick things off with Sandeep Puri. Sandeep is a co-founder of an Access to Justice initiative at Brooklyn Law School. He turned to law after working in public policy, management consulting, and as an executive in the insurance sector, where he worked to support individuals seeking immigration and unemployment benefits assistance. He and his colleagues are now experimenting with the ways in which tech and apps can support access to justice and legal tools. Sandeep, take it away.
Thank you very much. I'm Sandeep Puri of Brooklyn Law School, here to provide you with a snapshot of an Access to Justice initiative that has been launched by Professors Jonathan Askin and Mark Potkowitz and myself. This initiative stems from much work that our clinic, the Brooklyn Law Incubator and Policy Clinic, has done over the past 10 plus years. This clinic is part of Brooklyn Law School, and each semester there's between 25 and 30 students who enroll, and these students work on various initiatives involving technology and the law. Some context on access to justice may be helpful. In 2016, 71% of low-income households experienced a civil legal problem. 1 in 4 low-income households experienced 6 or more civil legal problems, and 86% of those legal problems were essentially unaddressed in that they either received inadequate or no legal help. But these are abstract statistics. We all know that we are in the midst of an eviction epidemic. So imagine a scenario in which a breadwinner of a family of 4 is unjustly evicted. Let's call her Pat Jones. That breadwinner has very little recourse to lawyers. First, the family is likely barely making ends meet month to month, so they don't have money to spare for lawyers. Second, if Pat Jones does a hunt and peck search on a search engine, the likelihood is that Pat will get a bunch of ads that show up and links to websites of questionable accuracy and motives. Third, in order to receive pro bono assistance, Pat is likely going to have to spend a lot of time that Pat does not have, reaching out to nonprofits who are swamped, may not be answering calls, and even if they do answer calls, they may not have the capacity to help. In short, Pat and Pat's family stands to be evicted, even if the eviction is not legally proper. At our BLIP clinic, the Brooklyn Law Incubator and Policy Clinic at Brooklyn Law School, we've spent a number of years creating apps and technology to help individuals in very specific circumstances achieve justice. One example is that for low-income restaurant workers who need to make sure that they're being paid properly and consistent with the law. We developed an app that helps them track whether what they're being paid is legally correct and the correct amount. In another example, one of my colleagues created a family law website that can permit individuals who are dealing with sticky family law problems who cannot afford lawyers to litigate pro se. The site operates largely on drop-down menus, and it enables the individual to select options from the drop-down menus and enter some information. And after a few clicks, the papers will emerge that have been formatted in the relevant jurisdictionally correct court format. That individual now has a chance to litigate pro se that individual would not have had prior to the development of this technology. We have now evolved from the idea of creating very specific point solutions to create an access to justice portal that will be much larger and wider in terms of its impact. So I'm going to ask you to imagine this: a portal that consists of about 12 or a dozen and a half different categories of justice. Some of these categories of justice could be criminal justice, housing justice, employment justice, immigration justice for those individuals who need political asylum, civil rights, individual bankruptcy, health. It would cover things like age discrimination, employment discrimination, racial discrimination, and other categories. Now, let's return to Pat Jones. So now what Pat could do is navigate with one click to the Access to Justice portal. Second click, the eviction site. On that eviction site, there's going to be 4 categories of assistance. One, there will be a list of jurisdiction-specific category of justice expertise pro bono attorneys that Pat can directly contact. Second, there will be a list of very specific do's and don'ts subject to legal advice constraints. But an example of a do would be, here are the things to check to make sure that the eviction process was done in a legally correct manner, because if it was not done in a legally correct manner, then the eviction process is not legally enforceable. And an example of a don't would be, don't sign anything until you contact your pro bono lawyer and get advice. Third, there would be apps and websites, all that have been vetted by law students across the country, that have been upgraded and that have been maintained with up-to-date information that's also jurisdiction specific. Where we are at this moment is we have been provided the opportunity to help individuals in Wisconsin who have a criminal record, but who are legally entitled to have that criminal record expunged. That's the immediate piece of work that we're going to be doing, and that piece of work will then become part of the criminal justice dimension of our website. In the final analysis, we have the vision, we're beginning the design, and in about 6 months to 12 months when we launch, we believe that we can move the needle for millions of people across the country, whether they live in urban areas or rural areas, who otherwise would have a very, very difficult time getting any type of access to justice. It would be great for us to hear from all of you who have an interest in this, and we look forward to perhaps convening again at the next version of this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sandy. We're really inspired by your work. Next, we'll be hearing from Elizabeth Garlow and Cassandra Robertson. Elizabeth is the director of New America's New Practice Lab, which works at the intersection of ideas and on-the-ground experimentation to improve the design and delivery of policies focused on family, economic security, and well-being. She was also part of the TOP team in its first year back in 2016 and worked in the Obama White House on many place-based initiatives, including Promise Zones. Cassandra Robertson is a researcher and policy analyst focused on social policy and economic mobility at the lab. She previously served as a fellow in the office of Senator Cory Booker and as a fellow at the office of the Assistant Secretary of Planning and Evaluation at the Department of Health and Human Services. They'll be introducing us to a new human-centered approach to policymaking.
Thank you, Victoria. And hi, everyone. My name is Elizabeth Garlow. And I think we need, Cassie, just a full screen share of slides here. Apparently, we're seeing a browser. And I'm here with my colleague, Cassie Robertson, today. We are with the New Practice Lab at New America, and we're here to share about this new approach that we believe has the potential to transform the way that governments and nonprofits around the world are solving problems. And at its heart, this approach is fundamentally about putting users at the center of policymaking, using data and metrics in a smart way, and running small experiments before scaling them up. I'd like to start with a story about this image that you see here. Before 2015, every year, over 2.5 million residents in Michigan would make their way through this form. It's a 1,000 question, 18,000 word application for public benefits in the state. The application was the longest of its kind in the country at over 40 pages long. One of our partners, Sevilla, a Detroit-based design studio focused on public institutions, walked Michigan's Department of Health and Human Services leaders through an immersive process to invite them to physically engage with this application in the same way that residents did, building empathy around the lived experiences of those who are seeking benefits. It's just one example of the ways that a growing network of change makers are using human-centered design based on end user needs rather than existing government systems to make public forms and processes faster and friendlier and more efficient without sacrificing vital information. So in this case, Sevilla helped the state roll out a revised benefits application, taking it down from 1,000 questions to 213 questions. Still sounds like a lot, but is fundamentally shorter. And indications have shown that the new form is coming in at 94% complete compared to a previous 72%, which significantly reduced burden on caseworkers. So like with Sevilla's experience, the new practice lab is seeking to essentially use a process of accessing and navigating public programs and services more holistically from the user's eyes. We really believe that the rapid social and technological changes of recent decades have thrown a lot of our public systems into crisis. And many major government programs to support families haven't necessarily caught up with the lived realities of households today. So for example, in today's economy where two-earner households have become the norm, that's created an enormous need for high quality childcare and early learning, which are still inaccessible for many people. And at the same time, many people are living and working for decades beyond retirement age with escalating health and care demands. So too often, essentially, families are caught trying to navigate a broken, inadequate system that was built for another era. And we think we need new systems that meet people where they are and really are responsive to their needs. So how do we get there? We believe that we need to practice this new form of public problem solving by centering three key ideas. And these may sound familiar to many of you gathered here today. The first is that we think our public policies and programs must be truly people-centered. Social programs and policies only work when they reach people. I know that sounds like a very simple idea, but it is so critical. Let me say it again. Programs and policies will only work if they reach people. So we believe that people who will use or be affected by policies should be engaged from the beginning in user testing, design, and implementation considerations. Second, we believe that policies and programs should be data-driven. Real-time data should be used wherever possible in order to learn and quickly adapt our policy and program design. And finally, we believe it should be experimental and designed to scale. So what we mean by that is that we need hands-on policy experimentation that incorporates feedback loops between policymakers and families in order to responsibly design, refine, and scale interventions that are actually informed by people's lived experience. So we do this work by being deeply engaged in real-time policy design and implementation efforts through what we call sprints. Many of you in the TOP community have been engaged in this methodology yourself. So we do these sprints with government and nonprofit partners. They're essentially short, intense periods of problem investigation that bring together interdisciplinary teams to quickly diagnose policy design and delivery challenges, and then identify solutions. And then on the other hand, we try to bring these learnings from these sprint engagements to policymakers to help inform the next generation of policy. And we think that's our secret sauce. So I'll now pass it over to my colleague, Cassie.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I'm going to focus on how we are currently doing this work in the care sector by centering users and speaking directly to the policymaking process. So we know that when it comes to care and access to care, we are not delivering what families need. This quote on the screen, which is from one of our expert interviews for a project, demonstrates that we don't even have a care system. We have a piecemeal approach that doesn't meet the needs of any. So this is an enormous problem, but our team has taken small pieces of this issue and tried to better understand it. We ran one sprint to put workers at the forefront. One of the biggest problems in the care industry is that wages are simply too low. Many wages are directly set by public programs like Medicaid or Head Start, who fund programs in both childcare and elder care.
We ran a sprint to understand how wages for care workers differ across states, how this impacts workers, and how workers have been able to increase their wages. This photo is from an article that came out of this research. We spoke to 2 care workers, a mother and a daughter, each who provide home-based care. Their work is hard and important, but their experiences are completely different. Danielle Williams works in Arkansas, making around $10 an hour with no benefits, but her daughter, Brittany, works in Washington State and earns more than double and has benefits. She's part of a union which has fought for almost 2 decades to improve working conditions for workers like Brittany. This sprint led us to conversations with federal policymakers in both the executive branch and Congress, and we are now working on a new brief in partnership with another think tank to estimate the types of wages that workers would need to ensure the sustainability of the workforce. This direct line to policymakers and the ability to do deep work with users and then provide technical assistance that's led by their needs enables us to close the policy loop and bring human-centered design methods into the policymaking process. In a related project, we looked more deeply at those receiving care. We interviewed a couple, Eugene and Tina, who depended on caregivers to support Eugene after several strokes. They received help through a Medicaid program called the Home and Community-Based Services Program, or HCBS. It helps people stay in their homes instead of going into institutions like nursing homes, which are more expensive, provide worse outcomes, and are simply not what people want. But because of a shortage of workers, they haven't been able to find consistent care, despite what Eugene is entitled to, and he has been forced into a nursing home. This project shows how people are cobbling together care and how unmet needs are forcing families into situations they do not want. However, when we measure access to care, it would look like Eugene was getting the care he needs. So we're missing a critical feedback loop. This is sown the seeds of a new project, which I'm going to throw out to the audience if anybody wants to collaborate, which is how do we measure the true need for care in this country as experienced by those who need that care? Right now, access to home services is measured by wait lists, which have more than 400,000 people on them. But as you can see from the slide, every state has slightly different things they will cover. Who has unmet needs defined by people, not by the policy? And how can we better collect data on this important topic that will capture how Eugene isn't getting the care he wants and needs and is entitled to, despite the fact that he is receiving some care? The pandemic has exposed how our current policies leave too many families behind. However, it has also opened up a unique policy window, creating an opportunity to rethink how we solve public problems, allowing us to lean into human-centered design methods that technologists, design researchers, and those in and out of government have developed to make systems and services work better for the people they serve. By bringing the deeply complex experiences of users into the federal policymaking process, we can reshape how we design and implement policies, and we hope that you'll join us.
Elizabeth and Cassandra, I think I speak for all of us when I say, thank goodness you two are working on this monumental new approach. Now, finally, we'll hear from another incredible speaker, Crystal Peñalosa. Crystal is an artist, civic technologist, and interdisciplinary designer. Within the New Jersey Office of Innovation, Crystal serves as the digital product lead for the Data for the American Dream initiative, leading the project's human-centered design, research, and product management in collaboration with New Jersey's Department of Labor. Crystal will now present on Data for the American Dream. Crystal, take it away.
Great, thank you so much, Victoria, for that introduction. I will go ahead and share my screen here. This, okay, great. And I actually think this is really interesting to kind of transition from like, thinking about how where we center individuals' experiences within product development, within policy. So this is sort of like a very like hands-on kind of approach that we were sort of taking at the Office of Innovation. So thank you so much for that introduction, because that allows me to kind of speak to more about the type of work that we're doing at the Office of Innovation, centering really the experiences of individuals who are directly impacted by the services and the designs that we are attempting to help all New Jerseyans. So I guess to start, before I sort of go into the presentation, I just wanted to start with a sort of a brief land acknowledgement. We're sort of tuned in from a variety of different places all over the world, which I feel like is wonderful. It's an amazing privilege that we have. I'm currently talking to you from occupied Canarsie and Lenape lands, known today as New York City, and I feel like it's important to acknowledge this history and violence of settler colonialist policy. So I'll talk briefly about the stakeholders involved in this Data for the American Dream project and how this kind of became more of a human-centered approach. So over the past 18 months, the New Jersey Department of Labor and the Office of Innovation have been working together to respond to the Data for the American Dream project. So this initiative was funded by the Lehman and Schmidt Foundations, and the Data for the American Dream project was established to support innovation efforts to help unemployed and underemployed individuals improve their job search process and access to online tools by providing them with current and customizable information about work and training opportunities. So focusing particularly on workers who are affected by structural racism and economic marginalization. So 3 states were part of this initial effort, Colorado, Michigan, and New Jersey. So this is language that's pulled directly from the grant, and this is about as much text as I'll probably show in this presentation because I'm all about just having visuals. So this is really representative, I feel like, of a lot of sort of development where it's very focused on what the thing is as opposed to how it's supposed to interact and accomplish some of the needs. So, for all of you taking notes at home, really this kind of represents a training search platform, right? And there's a variety of different location and filtering options. And essentially the problem statement here is building a smart disclosure tool, right, to help individuals make informed decisions about their investments and learning and protect them from poor quality programs and fraudulent providers, right? This is the language that's initially in the grant. And I think where we sort of evolved this project to center more on individuals is to build a website about training that centers the experience of those looking for training. So it's very simple in sort of the design of how we do this. And we do this in sort of an iterative process, right, through each of our sort of usability testings and the way that we try to involve individuals and the types of instances that they're experiencing on a daily basis. And as a researcher, I find it really interesting. We're kind of in this situation where we're able to reach, individuals in intimate settings, essentially. I've spoken to individuals who are calling in from their phones on their way to the grocery store while they're just kind of waiting, in the parking lot or, kind of directly transported to like their living room while they're taking care of an elder or taking care of their children. So it's a really interesting sort of situation as a researcher, right? Because normally you'll only be able to reach these individuals through sort of a sort of a community spot or potentially a library or a public space, right? So there's this interesting opportunity here to reach individuals that are really in very private spaces and I think part of the role here is of the Innovation Office is really to just kind of again open up that space for individuals to be able to talk about some of these issues that they're facing, not only as it relates to training, but a variety of other issues that they may be facing, whether it be systemic inequality, whether it be some of the basics for predictability in their life, right? So some individuals who are, facing more of a job to job, kind of less frequency in terms of income, where they're earning income more episodically. These are the types of individuals that we're trying to reach and talk to. So this is a sort of a hyper segmentation grid, essentially, of individuals that we've sort of developed through some research over the summer, some outreach. And it was an organization, a couple of organizations that helped us do this outreach, Sauer and Shedlight Studios, that helped us get in touch with community benefit organizations and helped us get in touch more specifically to and help us define more specifically who is best and most immediately served by a tool like the Training Explorer. and where are areas where individuals who are not quite ready yet for training, what are some of their barriers that they're facing, and what are some potential services that they could take advantage of and that they could apply to help them with their particular instance. So I feel like this is really getting into the weeds here and really digging into creating those boundaries of who the Training Explorer is for and who is not immediately served. And I feel like that's really important to kind of build out these sorts of boundaries for the product. So, we kind of see initially, right, like who is most served by a tool like the Data for the American Dream, and sort of expand from there. So I'll say that this work wouldn't really be possible without partnerships from community benefit organizations that we've worked with. So I'll just name a couple organizations: Dress for Success, Goodwill, St. Paul's Development Organization have really helped us reach individuals who are, really thinking through how does training impact them, and then, where training doesn't sort of exist in their career plans, where more immediate sort of needs and basic needs kind of are sort of on top of mind. And I'll just share sort of another anecdote with an individual that I spoke to who was taking care of 2 kids and an elder in terms of family care. They saw the Training Explorer and they were initially really open to the idea of training, but then sort of took a step back and said, hey, actually, this website really isn't quite for me yet. I'm not quite in that mindset, right, for training. And we kind of dug more into what was the sort of mindset for training. And I think that allows us to not only develop the product from a content perspective, but also from, a perspective that helps, potentially coach an individual to where training might come into play, right? So very generally, we have these user personas, and this is a tool that we use called Open Peeps. So it's essentially a sort of open source tool that allows you to create these very nice illustrations. So the way that we really kind of divide each sort of development sprint is through a set of user stories. So as M is our Training Explorer here. As I want to know the return on investment for training so that I can plan for my future. And this is really the big question that we're kind of facing right now is what kinds of information do people respond to as it relates to potentially labor market information, right? NJDOL has a very specific, New Jersey Department of Labor has a very specific take on perspective on what kinds of labor market information that they might see that is helpful. We want to capture that and be able to work with individuals to also understand what kinds of information do they find useful, and then also present that in a way that is welcoming and contextualized within the situation that they may be in. So here we're sort of thinking about different ways that also how we can sort of expand the Training Explorer, which, beyond its current sort of implementation, but also, talk about doing potential, digital interventions. As an example here, this would be like an advertisement we could print out and sort of hand to individuals and say, hey, if you're looking for training, if you're looking for specific skills to give you sort of that next boost, check out the Training Explorer. And again, this is sort of a nice template that was designed by Sorrento Light Studios, and we're kind of using this as a template to move forward. This is the existing website, actually, with not the website that the Data for American Dream project designed, but a website that was designed to show training information that was designed back in 2001, and this is the current sort of implementation. So, really just digging into like some of the large amounts of text, right, and kind of breaking that apart and saying, hey, as a Training Explorer, what information do you find most useful? So I'll sort of end there and say thank you so much again for this opportunity to folks at Census, and feel free to share your thoughts in the chat. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Crystal. Wow. Hopefully, these amazing presenters have made your brains hurt in a good way. You can keep that feeling going just after the break with our next session, a highly anticipated conversation between data leaders Natalie Evans Harris and Afua Bruce, who will break down the question, what is data equity and what you need to know? But before that starts, take a moment to step away from your computer to just be a human. Take a bio break, refill your water, stretch, snuggle a pet, hug a child, or just sit comfortably and breathe 5 full deep breaths. We'll be back in just a few.
Welcome back. We hope you were able to get in a quick stretch and are ready to continue the day with more riveting discussions. My name is Haley Ashcombe Miller, and I serve as the lead communication strategist with the Census Open Innovation Labs. In this role, I serve as the liaison to the Census Bureau-wide Data Equity Task Force, which is why I'm pleased to introduce this next session, a plain language discussion on data equity. With an early 2021 executive order, agencies across the federal government began to focus on a topic known as data equity. With that focus, we all need a strong understanding of what data equity and data equity really mean. So, what is data equity? How do we know when we've achieved it? And how can we all work across sectors and silos to advance it? For this conversation, we are thrilled to welcome two amazing leaders in civic tech and open data, Natalie Evans-Harris and Afua Bruce. Like several of our other speakers, they were also previous Opportunity Project team members in 2016 and 2017. Natalie currently serves as the Secretary of Commerce's Senior Advisor for Delivery, focused on technology and data. Previously, she co-founded and served as Chief Strategy Officer at BrightHive, a collaborative data platform, and as a Senior Policy Advisor to the U.S. Chief Technology Officer in the Obama administration, where she founded the Data Cabinet, a federal data science community of practice. Afua Bruce is the Chief Program Officer of DataKind, an organization that uses data and AI for good, and was previously the Director of Engineering for the Public Interest Technology Program at New America, working on projects ranging from the opioid epidemic to immigration to foster care. Previously, she led the National Science and Technology Council at the White House and was at IBM and the FBI. It is my honor to turn it over to these two powerhouse data leaders. Welcome, Natalie and Afua.
Thank you, Haley. I am so excited to be here having this conversation, and especially excited to be having this conversation with Afua, since we haven't worked together as much as we nearly probably should since we left the Obama administration and OSTP. As Haley said, we're here today to talk about just the fundamentals of data equity. As you know, from day one of this current administration, Biden and Vice President Harris have stressed the importance of everything that we're doing in this economy and with this recovery, that we're doing it with equity in mind. And he's really looking to transform the way that the government thinks about and achieves its program objectives. And as you remember, President Biden has always said, if you can't measure it, does it really matter? Something like that. So that's what we're going to talk about today. We're going to talk about, what does it mean to be equitable? What does it look like? What is data's role in this conversation? And how do we make sure that while we have the spotlight on data and equity, that we maximize the value of the work that we've done and can do? That's my world. My world is talking about data and how do we do it responsibly and equitably. Not an expert in it. I'm just passionate about it in the career that I've had. And I love having conversations with people like Afua, who just brings this scientific lens to everything that I just talk about the world should be. So I think I'll kick it off just telling my definition of equity and what data equity means in this space. And then Afua, I would love for you to talk a little bit about yourself and then share your lens. And that's how we'll kick off this conversation on just that fundamental definition. So for me, equity is all about access to opportunities. Regardless of who you are or where you're located, you have access to what you need to thrive in this country. So that means different from equality, where equality is really assuming an equal playing field for everybody and making sure that everybody can just have access. Equity takes into account that not everybody has access to the same things, to have those same opportunities. So how do we create programs and situations and use data to be able to understand the needs that brings everybody to the table? So data equity is really about putting an equity lens on the ways that we collect data, on the ways that we analyze and interpret and share that data. So think about your data lifecycle and the ways that you use data today, and then making sure that you're intentional in understanding any barriers to accessing that data. Understanding what are the potential impacts of data misuse, not just on the technology, not just on the company and the organization, but on the people that your data is talking about, your underserved communities, your individuals. Data really is about the people. And so how do we make sure that as we're using it and we're democratizing it, that we're doing this in the most thoughtful and responsible manner possible? That's my not so simple definition for something that is so important. How about you, Afua?
Thanks so much, Natalie. First, I'm just so excited to be in conversation with you. It's been a while since we have worked closely together, and I just so respect and really appreciate the intentionality with which you approach all of the conversations and all of the work about how do we use data, how do we use data responsibly, how do we use it ethically, and in this case, how do we use it equitably? So I have spent the past several years in my career really thinking about communities and technology and data, and how can we really use technology and data to empower communities. And so when I think about equity in general, I think about it, Natalie, in many of the same ways that you think about it and you described. I think about equity in terms of fairness. Equity means we're being fair, we're treating people fairly across the board. And I think, as you touched on, Natalie, it's different from equality and treating people equally, because equity takes into account that people are at different places, and some people may need a bit of a boost to just get on the same level playing field as everyone else, to then have the opportunities to succeed, have the opportunities to pursue dreams, have the opportunities to pursue careers or safety and lifestyles. I am currently the Chief Program Officer at DataKind, which is a nonprofit whose mission is to harness the power of data science and artificial intelligence in service of humanity. A fairly small goal, of course, but we do that by working with a number of volunteers all around the world and partnering with social sector organizations, so nonprofit organizations and government agencies all around the world. We work with organizations of various sizes, from fairly small nonprofits to large multinational nonprofits. And as we do that, we really encourage the organizations that we partner with to do this work to really think intentionally about what data means for them and what data use means for them. As we think about doing work in the data for good space, data for good only matters for the better if the way that we do the work is also good, if the principles that we're using are also good. So at DataKind, as we partner with all of these organizations, we really look to examine the different data sets that are being used and encourage our partners to do the same. We've had a number of discussions internally among staff, as well as with our volunteers lately, about what equity means, and we're always looking to improve. And so when it comes to data equity, I think in plain language, data equity is really how we, through an equity lens, examine the collection, the storage, the use, and the ownership of data. We have to consider who is represented in the data, who has access to the data, and who benefits from both the data and any programs or algorithms or decisions built on top of that data. It's really important that data be treated the same as it relates to protection, ethics, and decency, regardless of where it comes from and regardless of who the data is about. So I think that type of equity and that type of fairness is incredibly important when we talk about data equity. And then finally, I think one of the things that we're really working towards is that those on who the data is collected from should benefit from the work that's done with the data. It shouldn't just be used to support decision-making processes, but it should also be used to really help define what problems should even be tackled and really help inform decision-making processes. So those are the types of things that I think about when it comes to data equity.
Very well said, and agree completely. And I think DataKind is an exemplar of what it looks like to put data equity and ethics from theory and actually put it into practice. You guys have been doing this for years, decades, I think, almost. I don't remember the exact start date, but this is not new for you. part of what this administration did was create my role to be able to talk about and do things like this. So I think I forgot to tell everybody, I'm a senior advisor for delivery to the Secretary of Commerce. And the reason why they have this role at Commerce in particular for somebody like me is because there is so much data here at Commerce between census, BEA as our statistical agencies, but also our scientific agencies, NIST and NOAA. EDA has so much data, MBDA, our Minority Business Development Agency. There is just so much data available. How do we make sure that it's put into the right hands and used to not only evaluate our programs and be able to develop metrics, but also to build the evidence that drives the work that we do? And also to think about how do we best understand our communities and what our households are experiencing. That's the type of work DataKind has been doing forever. And how do we make sure the government is a supporter and enabler of that kind of work? So now that we've talked about our definitions, I would love to hear from you some examples of what it looks like to put data equity into practice. And then I'm happy to talk about what that looks like for commerce as well from my lens. But I'd love to hear from you first.
Yeah, absolutely. And thanks for the nod to DataKind's history. We celebrate 10 years next year. So sometime next year. I don't remember the date or even the month at this moment, but DataKind's been around now for nearly 10 years. And, I am a computer engineer by training. Math was one of my favorite subjects, probably growing up, my favorite subject in college. And so I love numbers, I love data, but I actually think as we consider how to think about equity and really move towards data equity, we need to think more holistically and more qualitatively about data, especially about data collection. And so to me, that means, thinking really intentionally about who does the data serve? What is the tool that you're building on top of that data? What decisions are you making based on that data? Who is that actually serving and who might be excluded? And really thinking through, are we being radically inclusive? Are you really thinking through who's typically on the margins, and are you centering them and really including them in the design process and the decision process and that data collection process and more? And then, think about it, throughout your whole development process, your whole design process and all of that. But also then at the end, confirm that the process actually worked for everyone. Confirm that the process creates the same experience for everyone. So an example of this not working might be, designing a process where everyone can access a particular type of benefit, but in certain zip codes, the wait time is 5 times longer than it is in other zip codes. And so that's an example of when you'd want to go back and really think through where might we have made some wrong assumptions in the data, some wrong assumptions in how we process data, how we weighted data, how we analyze the data, and then how we made decisions about that data. Were people excluded from the initial data sets and more? So I think that's one example of sort of in practice, the types of checks and balances that you would want to do at the end. I think it's also important to really build the structure to guide how we talk about representations and the limitations of data and models. DataKind's UK chapter has done some work in ethics, a lot of work in ethics. And as part of that has really started to document some ways to discuss limitations in data models. They've created, I think what is called a practitioner's guide to data. Yes, the practitioner's guide to data for this that helps guide those. And so I think that also, one is a great resource, but two is a great lesson in the importance of really naming what you mean and being clear about what you're solving for. I think if we want to make any difference in treating people equitably and therefore treating data equitably, we really have to say, we are solving for equity here. We are trying to be intentional about what it means to be inclusive in that data collection process, what it means to really provide the same safeguards and care to protection of all data sources throughout the way, not over collecting when you don't have to over collect, what it means to process that data, what it means to ethically dispose of the data and more. So really focusing on that as well. And I'd be curious, Natalie, to hear about some of the things that are going on at Commerce.
Thanks, Afua. And you brought up a great point. When you think about data equity and that data lifecycle, it really isn't just about the data. That customer experience plays a huge role in it because we could do all the right things to make the data accessible, to make sure that the data has been protected and gets into the right hands. But if it takes them 10 minutes in one place, but 2 minutes in another, we've done something wrong. And so we can't forget the importance of customer experience and all of that. For Commerce, really, it's been about what we've seen here at Commerce over this year. We've been seeing that it's really about governance for us. And it's about the ways that we share data and the ways that we evaluate the impacts of our programs. So if you look at like our Commerce data strategy, you'll see equity embedded throughout it. It's about improving the ways that we collect it and share it out. That's why we now have they're going to kill me for forgetting the name of it, but we have a Commerce Data Hub that really is a place that you can search and find any of our data that is open and accessible. And in addition to that, because we recognize equity isn't just about putting it out there, we also have through Census these summits called Data for Everyone, where we go into communities and we work with organizations to really understand, how do you use census data? You shouldn't need a PhD to be able to find your data set and use it. So how do we, with our expertise, help to build up the capacity of those we want to use the data and understand the data and leverage it to be able to do so? We define our success not in the amount of bits and bytes that have been produced and shared out, but in how much it's been used and cited and benefited communities. That's why things like the work that Census is doing with EDA to help them to be able to understand, to help them be able to identify the communities that need economic development and our recovery dollars, and then be able to understand what those needs are, becomes so important. So while we can't necessarily do like DataKind and go out into the communities in the ways that you have, we want to be an enabler to your organizations by providing the data that your teams and groups nationwide and internationally can use, things like Census's SIP, things like our American Community Surveys. And something I'm really excited about is BEA has really been looking at how do we increase the number of the different types of economic indicators to get beyond just the spending in the economy, thinking of people as consumers, but also thinking about what has been the household experience. So how are people spending their dollars internally in their households, so we can better understand what those needs are and make sure that as we're recovering, the recovery experience is positive for them as well. And I'm really excited that by the end of this month, our next GDP indicators will actually be based upon distribution. So you'll be able to understand not just what's happening in the top 1 or 10%, but also understand the experience of the bottom 10% and everything in the middle. That is huge when you're trying to make sure that your programs and your impact is being felt equitably, regardless of income distribution. I think those are probably the biggest examples of just what it looks like as a data agency to really be thoughtful around our ability to collect all this data, but also our ability to make sure that it's getting into the hands of the people that need it, the ways that they need it, and ensuring that they have the ability to use it in the most effective and productive ways. I think we have 4 minutes left. So rather than go into the next question around like rather than go into a third question, how about we use this third question to wrap things up? So I would love to hear from you around what are the ways that government and non-government organizations can work together to really advance data equity. For me, that's really about how do we best work together to develop the tools, things like what the Opportunity Project does, develop the tools and products that makes data accessible, that makes it so that we understand the experience through these data-driven products so that people regardless of geography, access to broadband speeds can actually benefit from the programs and the decisions that are being made from data. That to me is what the beautiful ecosystem of evidence building and equitable data looks like. How about you?
I just want to echo everything that you said. There was so many great nuggets in what you said, Natalie. So I think first, just acknowledgement of forums like this, forums in programs like the Opportunity Project that really do provide an incentive for collaboration around data and really, bring government data together with nonprofits or the private sector as well to then really look at what are some of the interesting cases that are out there and how are we really encouraging organizations to think through and design in equity from the start and throughout their development process. I think that's just critically important. And then you touched so much on some of the great work that Census is doing. Obviously thinking about how NGOs and government agencies can work together is something we think about a lot at DataKind. And actually members of DataKind San Francisco chapter recently published a paper that proposes a system that facilitates centralized analysis of publicly available government data sets. And they actually use census data as an example and talked about, the benefit that could be derived from having a census linked API, about having an equity analysis playbook and having open data standards to regulate data intake and support equitable policymaking. And so I think there's just so much opportunity to really spur and to really collect great ideas that are happening in various nonprofit communities, various communities to really think about how are we using data equity to really extend the mission of organizations that are already operating in so many different places, that are already providing services, that are seeing new needs, seeing new ways to meet them. Data equity really should be embedded in the missions of organizations, both from the nonprofit side and from the government side. So just super excited to be a part of this conversation today and hear about ways that we can really start to operationalize this in a number of different facets.
+1 to all of that. I'd be remiss if I didn't put a plug in that as part of our strategic processing at Commerce, we actually have a Federal Register notice out to get input on our learning agenda. Our learning agenda is what's driving our priorities around data and its use with our commerce strategy going forward. And so if you haven't seen the Federal Register notice, it's really centered around getting that input from organizations like yours and those listening. And how can we do better to engage with non-government organizations, underserved communities, and be able to provide our data in really meaningful ways and be more evidence-driven. I see Haley has come back on, which means that we're done, but we will chat soon. And I thank everybody for listening in on this conversation. And I hope we all learned something. I know I did.
Absolutely. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Natalie and Afua. It was fantastic to learn more about data equity from each of your perspectives. And I think I speak for all of us when I say we are eager to hit the ground running in continuing these efforts. Next up, we'll be turning to an interactive workshop on innovating talent pipelines. This may seem out of left field for the Opportunity Project, but it's actually very close to home for us because the Census Open Innovation Labs is deeply involved in creating innovative talent pipelines at the Census Bureau. We manage the Civic Digital Fellows program at our agency, and we were a founding partner agency of both CDF and the new Digital Core program, for which we're excited to host fellows next year. Because the topic of innovation talent matching, hiring, and job seeking can be tricky, we wanted this session to be highly interactive, so it'll be hosted on Zoom. We've posted the link to join that session in the YouTube chat, and you can find it on the Top Summit registration website as well. Now, we hope you'll head over to the session and join us back on YouTube at 3:50 p.m. Eastern for a talk on polarization and thought diversity. See you soon.
Welcome back. For those who joined the Tech Talent Workshop in Zoom, we hope you learned a lot about new pathways to hire the most talented individuals and for techies and designers to find doorways into public service. If you're just joining us, you picked an excellent time to tune in. We're about to hear from a global expert on subjects very important to the Opportunity Project. The ideas of thought diversity, civil discussion about difficult topics, tolerance of differing opinions, and a concerted effort to reduce polarization. As some viewers may know, TOP was founded in 2016 in the Obama administration, but was a thriving initiative through the last 3 presidential administrations, thanks to everyone's ability to come together on important topics and focus on the bigger goal of solving problems and adopting good for government methods that serve the public effectively and efficiently. Yet more than ever, it may seem like we're each constantly in a bubble, especially with the increasing presence of tech algorithms influencing what we see and hear on a daily basis. How can we combat this polarization, both in the digital and physical world, to continue strengthening the nation and world we live in together? To speak about that, I'm thrilled to introduce Mr. Kami Akhavan, who leads the Center for the Political Future at the University of Southern California. Previously, he was the CEO of procon.org, the nation's leading source of nonpartisan research on controversial issues. He's an expert on political polarization with more than 20 years of experience in bridging divides at national levels. His work has served more than 200 million people, including students at more than 12,000 schools in all 50 states and 100 countries. Welcome, Kami.
Thank you, Drew, for the generous introduction. I appreciate that very much. I'm really excited to speak with the audience that's here today. There's a group of innovators from all over the country, all over the world, and who are really looking to use government data to advance a lot of social good. And in today's era, that can be difficult to do good because we meet with a lot of, say, unnecessary resistance. And today I want to talk about what that resistance is within ourselves and within our society. I'll be sharing some slides. For those of you watching, I'm going to show a lot of information in a short amount of time. You can either screenshot your way to capturing the data that you're interested in, or I'll include my email address and contact information at the end. And please reach out to me. I'm happy to send you a copy of this slide presentation as well. So for now, what I'd like to do is share my screen. And when I share the screen, you will be seeing my slide presentation. What you should be seeing now is the title, The Opportunity Project, Thought Diversity and Building Tolerance. Today's talk is going to focus on 3 things: how divided is America, why is this happening, and what can we do about it? A little bit about me. I was born in the backseat of a taxi cab in Iran. That's true. I moved at age 1 to South Louisiana, where I grew up among Cajuns. I grew up with Thibodeaux and Fontenot's and Sacheries and Cormiers, and then ended up in Los Angeles surrounded by Gonzalez and Lopez, and in my community, a lot of Japanese last names, Kobayashi, Toya, Kansaku, etc. I'm a natural bridge builder by personality. I lived in 25 homes by the time I was 20 years old, had to build bridges just to stay socially connected. But I'm also professionally a bridge builder, and I did that in 2 capacities. My current capacity, the University of Southern California, where I lead the Center for the Political Future, where we train and develop the next generation of America's political leaders without the baggage of partisanship. And then formally in my role at procon.org, where I was in the middle of about 80 different national policy debates, from medical use of cannabis to the death penalty, felon voting, immigration, euthanasia, you name it. Had to bring people together who not only disagreed with each other, but oftentimes hated each other, did not want to be in the same room, and yet we had to get together to make progress and understand where each other stood on these issues. My mantra has been one that I learned from Archbishop Desmond Tutu, who said, "Don't raise your voice, improve your argument." And similarly, Art Brooks from the American Enterprise Institute stated it this way: we don't need to disagree less, we need to disagree better. I first want to talk about how terrible things are, because we need to understand this. You may have seen some of these studies. In the 1960s, researchers asked Americans how they would feel if their son or daughter married someone of an opposing political party. At the time, nobody cared. 4% of Democrats, 5% of Republicans said they'd be displeased. Flash forward 50 years, about a third of Democrats and about half of Republicans would be upset if their son or daughter married someone of the opposing political party. That's in matters of love. If you see this other graph, it shows party polarization. Note where it ends, which is higher than where it started, and note the year where it started, 1879. This is immediately following the Civil War. So for those of us who feel like, gosh, it seems like partisanship is as high as it's ever been, well, measured by party polarization, it is literally as high as it's ever been. And what happens is a lot of people disengage from politics. They don't care. They just hear shouting, think that they don't trust the system. They tune out. They have low levels of civic engagement. And of course, that can't work in our particular system of government. Participation is oxygen. And without the oxygen, the system dies. I want to keep on about how bad things are first before we get to solutions. And we will get to solutions. But how bad is it? You're looking at graphs showing median Democrats and median Republicans. And you see that people are going more and more towards the extremes. What you see to the right here is perception of the other party. So we see that 27% of Democrats see the Republican Party as a threat to the nation's well-being, and about a third of Republicans see the Democratic Party as a threat to the nation's well-being. A threat is not who you invite over for dinner. The threat is someone you circle the wagons and protect yourself against, right? So that's where we perceive each other in politics very unfavorably. This perhaps dramatizes it best. This was a survey done at the beginning of 2019. They asked, do you think we'd be better off as a country if large numbers of the opposing party in the public today just died? About 15% of Republicans and about 20% of Democrats said yes. So that's where we are, far divided, wishing death upon the other side. And for a lot of Americans on the right, they see America this way. The real America is in the middle. And this Pacific states of America, the super liberal bastions are New England, the coastal communities, but the real America is in the middle. And for people on the left, they see America this way. Real America is the coast, flyover states, that's the middle. Most of us feel like this, a lot of different messages. We're not sure what to think. It just sounds like everybody's shouting, and it seems awfully tempting to want to tune out. When I think about what Ben Franklin said when he left the Constitutional Convention, and a lot of you know this, what form of government have you given us, Mr. Franklin? To which he famously responded, a republic, if you can keep it. It's the if you can keep it part that seems iffy right now. This is a 240 to 50-year-old experiment in democracy. We want to make sure this experiment succeeds. It's vital, of course, for our national self-interest, but also vital for the world. This is the most special form of experiment in democratic governance the world has ever seen. We do not want this system to fail. So why is this red-blue divide happening? I've been studying this and living it as a practitioner for over 20 years, and I can boil it down to two words. It's nature and it's nurture. That's it. But let me explain what I mean. This is the nurture side I'll focus on first. And to a lot of you, this will seem very familiar. Things that unify us are shrinking. Things that unify us included the Cold War. We had a common enemy. It's things like the Greatest Generation. They're dying off. These are people who were in public service and sacrificed everything for our country. That generation is dying off. We just lost Senator Bob Dole. So we don't have those examples of country over party. In addition to that, think about the public square. Union membership is at an all-time low. Church participation, all-time low. Retail, movies, concerts, these are all at all-time lows. We're not going into the public square. We're sitting on our couches, watching Netflix and ordering Amazon. So there's less opportunity to interact with people who look and think differently than we are. But those are the forces that unite us that are shrinking. But what about the forces that divide us? They are on steroids right now. We know this because we see things like partisan gerrymandering. We may shake our heads at it, but it is very common practice. We see an erosion of bipartisan cooperation in our Congress and in our state legislatures and even in our city governments. We see parties that are increasingly focused on primary victories, see a dramatic increase on money spent in politics. Ask your local elected representative how much time they spend fundraising. When I ask politicians this question, it's generally between 40 and 50%. We've seen that political action committees, parties, mega donors, they are discouraging bipartisanship and rewarding extremes. They have the money to spend and they want to advocate their points of view. Look at what else is happening. Rise of identity group politics. It's us versus them. It's not just that we're right, you're wrong. It's we're right, you're evil. And that kind of characterization increases our affiliation with a political party. It becomes an identity. Think about the internet, search engine algorithms, social media algorithms, filter bubbles, we've heard all of this, right? We know that Facebook is an echo chamber, Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, these things are echo chambers, social media. And yet we continue to perpetuate them. Look at traditional media. When you get home at the end of the day, do you want to watch Fox News or MSNBC? Is one going to make you real upset and one going to make you really comfortable, right? We want to see our reviews reflected back on us. And we see self-stored. We're a very mobile society. People are moving into communities that are increasingly homogenous. They look and feel and sound and think like we already do. So we're putting ourselves into these like-minded spaces. Add to that the lack of media literacy skills and critical thinking skills that are not being taught in our schools because of this hyper-focus on STEM education throughout the 70s, 80s, and into the 90s. And then this compound effect. So the uniters are shrinking, the dividers are increasing. I'll give you one example on to talk about the predicament we're in, uncompetitive elections. The single-digit margin of victory. This used to be the norm. And in 1992, about a third, 35% of all the counties were decided by single-digit margins of victory. So they're pretty close elections. About a third of them are pretty close. In 2016, about 10% of them were single digit. The rest of them were more than single digit margins of victory. Look at landslide counties. This is where someone won by a 50 plus percentage point margin of victory. In 1992, that was an exception. It was a unicorn anomaly, 3%. But look at what happened in 2016. Now it's over a third of our elections are these landslide counties. It's because of gerrymandering and self-sort and these things we talked about. These graphs illustrate it well. Counties where the president won by 20 plus percentage points. All you need to see is the increasing amount of red. More and more counties are being decided by 20 plus margin percentage points. Out of 435 House districts in 2016, 26 of them were considered competitive. It means you didn't know if it was the Democrat who's going to win or the Republican. That's it, 6%. The magic of democracy was happening in about 6% of our electoral districts. It's usually somewhere around 10 to 15%. The rest of the time, it's very predictable. We know it's going to be the Democrat. We just don't know which one. That's the primary to decide. We know it's going to be Republican. We just don't know which one. So increasingly, primaries are important. If I were to give you a piece of advice, I'd say vote in the primaries. That's where your vote has a disproportionate impact. But primary turnout's particularly low. It's been around 15 to 20%. And in my city of Torrance, we patted ourselves on the back for 9% voter turnout in a primary. It's terrible. So it's a lack of competition, low civic engagement, and increasing predictability. And we're sort of seeing the magic of democracy fade, right? We don't want to see it fade, but look, these charts represent all these gray lines represent a time that a Democrat-sponsored or Republican legislation or Republican-sponsored Democrats legislation. There's a lot of gray over the years, but go to the bottom right corner and you see pretty distinct blue and red corners. There's not a lot of bipartisan cooperation happening in Congress. So I talked about that. I call that all broadly nurture. I'll talk a little bit about nature. These are things that are hardwired in our brains. I used to think this was a myth until I found one peer-reviewed study that said our brains are hardwired differently based on political ideology. And then I found another and another and another. And after about 40 of them, I stopped counting. Top tier peer-reviewed journals saying there are differences in liberal and conservative brains. Liberals have a bigger anterior cingulate cortex. Conservatives have a bigger right amygdala. These are physiological factors that I thought were fascinating. And it's what leads me to think that not just me, but many people in this field, that facts may not matter. And you've probably experienced this yourself. You end up in a conversation with somebody and you think, if only they knew the facts, they would realize that I'm right. And then you present your facts and they don't budge, right? They don't budge at all. What happens is if someone has a strong political viewpoint, they rarely change their mind. In fact, they often double down on their incorrect beliefs. And you may think, well, Kami, I've got an MD, a PhD, I have an MPP, I have whatever fancy degree. That doesn't happen to me. Well, politically sophisticated thinkers were even less open to new information. You may be right about 90% of things, but your confidence makes it nearly impossible to correct the 10% on which you're totally wrong. In this famous Tabor and Lodge study, the most sophisticated people had double the resistance to facts compared to the average. So when we ask ourselves, why are we in this mess of partisanship everywhere? Oh, it's cable news, it's politicians, social media, it's bad actors trying to mislead us. It's really this inherent human trait to confirm our own bias. It's confirmation bias. I'm sure you've heard that word, or motivated reasoning. It's where we don't want to be challenged, all right? We're comfortable in our own thought process, and it's increasingly difficult to get out of it, but we need to get out of it. And so that's where I'm going to come in with some solutions now, folks. And let me just start with this one. Listen, we all think we do it, but we don't really, because as I'm talking, you're probably thinking, maybe, when does the next session start? Kami's talking awfully fast. Can I get a copy of this presentation? What's for dinner? Did I miss the happy hour? What's the weather? You may be distracted. That's because your thought speed is around 400 words a minute. And even though I'm talking fast, my talking speed is about 125 words a minute. How do you use the gap, right? It's easy for our minds to wander. When you listen like my friend Celeste Headley, author of How to Have Conversations That Matter, and one of the best TED Talks you're ever going to hear. She explained it this way: when you're listening, don't multitask. Be present. Ask open-ended questions when you're listening, not loaded questions, judgy questions. No, ask an open, neutral question to really understand where someone's coming from. You've heard it before, listen to understand. Well, listen to understand. It's harder than you think, but once you start doing it, it's going to become more rewarding than you realize. So here's tips for listening. That's number one. We got to do much more of that. From my view as a practitioner, nothing in 20 years of work in this space has been a more effective tool for bridging divides than just listening. Second is slow thinking. Daniel Kahneman has written this famous book called Think Fast, Thinking Fast, Thinking Slow. And all it really means is when you want to respond to something, pause, right? Because usually our first instincts are the wrong instincts. Our first instinct is this lizard brain part, this is the oldest part of our brain, and it's fight, flight, or freeze. So if someone says something triggering to us, we want to fight, or we want to flee, we want to cancel, we want to be mad, right? But the slow thinking says, slow down. Did they mean it that way? Ask yourself some questions to filter your thoughts. Could they have meant it in a different way? Why am I being triggered? Who is saying it? What kind of mental state are they in? Should I even take this seriously? These kinds of questions, and it'll slow down our thinking. We'll have a better second reaction. Third is seeking opposing views. It's hard to do. You have to force yourself to do it. Do it on social media, like things from other sources, like things that you're not normally going to like, just to change the algorithm so it will continue to show you disconfirming information, things that you don't necessarily agree with. You need to seek it out because our technologies are not giving it to us. Go and have friendships with people who are not like you. Try to have conversations with people who are different than you are. Be curious about them. Listen to them to try to understand them. Why do they think these ways? Seeking opposing views is a really critical skill, and I'll just put it broadly as number 3. Number 4 is be generous in interpreting intention. A lot of times we'll misread texts, we'll misread emails, we'll misread tone, we'll misread just basic conversations where someone says, I swear I did not mean it that way, but we heard it that way. So part of it is, yes, we can be more mindful about how we communicate to make sure that we're not misunderstood, but also as listeners, we need to be a little more generous in interpreting someone's intentions. They probably didn't mean it as harshly as we think they did. Pretend it's that person's birthday. That's my trick to myself. Pretend it's their birthday and you'll probably be a little kinder to them than you would otherwise. Another one is superordinate. We say, try to find common ground. Well, I think common ground is a bit like a unicorn. Good luck finding one. What's better, in my opinion, is something called superordination, where that is where you recognize that you already have common ground. And that, here's an example. If you both like If I like the Dodgers and you like the Yankees, hey, we both like baseball. And if I like baseball and you like football, hey, we both like sports. And if I like sports and you like politics, hey, we both like competition. The idea is that you keep expanding your in-group. And if you think of it that way, everyone is in your in-group, right? So it doesn't become my group is great, your group sucks. It's that we all are in the same in-group. We are all human beings. That's called superordination, fancy psychological term. But the reality is most of us want to do that. We do not want to be divided. It's exhausting, right? And 2/3 of us, 65%-ish, are in what's called the exhausted majority. We agree we need to listen and compromise. We agree that our differences are not so great that we can't come together. We want to steer conversations away from these dysfunctional Thanksgiving dinner shouting matches and more to this coffee talk, eye contact, smiling, listening without judgment, listening to understand. Again, the point is not that we need to disagree less. The point is that we can disagree better. Here's a few inspirational quotes that I'll leave you with before I sign off here. And one of them, I'll point to Sandra Day O'Connor, former Supreme Court Justice, who said, knowledge about our government is not handed down through the gene pool. Every generation has to learn it. We do have to learn it. It is a civic duty, it's an obligation. It's just part of being an American, something that we have to do. And even though we've been trained to say, never talk about religion and politics, well, if we don't talk about politics, then our political system will not function. So we have to talk about politics. And I like this quote from Joseph Joubert: it's better to debate a question without settling it than to settle a question without debating it. That speaks to slow thinking. Always better to think slowly. You can screenshot this, or again, I'll email it to you. My personal recommendations for books for personal growth. I've read all of these. I love them. They've taught me that it's okay to be wrong. There's no shame in it. It's just part of personal growth, right? And so some great books for personal growth. My summary tips: listen, think slow, seek opposing views, interpret generously, superordinate. Thomas Jefferson here, our third president, says, I never considered a difference of opinion in politics and religion and philosophy as cause for withdrawing from a friend. It's imperative that we learn how to control what our biology, our physiology wants us to do, to recognize we do have these unconscious biases. We may be physiologically different, and we have motivated reasoning and confirmation bias, but we need to push against it and look to change our circumstances. And we can do it. And you can do it by the basic building block. And this is my analogy that I'll leave you with. By the way, this is how you get a hold of me, my email and my LinkedIn. But I want to leave you with this. The problem of polarization may seem extremely daunting, and you may think, I'm one person, what can I do? Climate change is a big problem. You are one person. What can you do about it? You recycle, you take the bus, you ride a bike, right? The equivalent of that for polarization is having conversations with people with whom we disagree, listening, right? Listening to understand. If you do that, you are doing the equivalent of recycling towards polarization. I encourage all of you to do it. I encourage all of you to reach out to me at USC or on LinkedIn. Happy to send you a copy of this. And I wish you good luck in these difficult conversations.
Wow, thank you so much, Kami, for such insightful remarks on an extremely important topic that does not get enough airtime. We're so grateful to you for joining today and for all of the work that you're doing. It's great to end on a note of what people can do individually about this critical problem, and I sincerely hope we will all go and take some of these actions that Kami recommended. Now we're about to transition into part 1 of the Open Data for Good Grand Challenge award ceremony, where we will announce the winners in the categories of health and COVID-19 and society, economy, and the built environment as one of our in-kind prizes. And we'll hear from White House Senior Advisor to the President, Gene Sperling. As we gear up, though, take a moment to practice just one of Kami's recommendations. We'll be right back to announce some of the prize winners.
And now, to close out day 2, we're excited to transition into the first of 2 Prize Challenge award ceremonies. This year, the Census Open Innovation Labs launched a nationwide prize competition, the Open Data for Good Grand Challenge. The challenge aimed to reward exceptional uses of federal open data and help advance technology products that address key national challenges, including employment, education, health, climate, and much more. The challenge called for teams to apply the Opportunity Project model using open data and human-centered design technology process to create digital tools, whether in a sprint or on their own. We received applications from far and wide, from startups to large companies, universities, nonprofits, and even individual students working on independent projects. We're blown away by the submissions and the applicants' passion for solving really important problems, as well as the more than 100 expert judges who volunteer their time to help us score these applications and select the winners. This challenge is truly evidence that open innovation works and that the creativity and ingenuity of the American public are among our greatest assets. Today, we're thrilled to announce the winners in 2 categories: Society, Economy, and the Built Environment, sponsored by the US Census Bureau, and the Health and COVID-19 category, sponsored by the US Department of Health and Human Services. We will also announce a non-monetary award given by our collaborators at the nonprofit SIFSTAR. So to kick off the first day of our prize ceremony, I am honored to welcome Gene Sperling, who has served as a senior advisor in the Clinton, Obama, and Biden administration. He is currently overseeing the implementation of the American Rescue Plan and was previously director of the National Economic Council under both Presidents Clinton and Obama. He is a lifelong public servant, and we're honored to have him here today to kick off the award ceremony. Please welcome Gene Sperling.
Well, thank you very, very much for having me here today at the Opportunity Project Summit. And before the discussion announcement on the Open Data for Good Challenge, this is for me very very inspiring to have read about the challenges, to have read about the award winners, though I won't give them out. But I really want to start by just with a couple of thank yous, which is, our president, one of the things that's distinguished this administration is not its commitment to equity in its policy, but that we were instructed from day one that when we thought about implementation, to have equity front and center, not to fix things at the end, but to have it front and center as we went forward. And I really want to, thank Ron Jarman, our census lead, because I've just been so impressed to see the leadership at the Census Department in so many ways like this, in what they are doing to not only directly, but to inspire these type of collaborations that are so necessary, and for the clear purpose of equity and delivering economic dignity to people. I'm just so impressed by everything I see and just honored that I could be part of this today. I also owe a great debt to Ron because Lorena Molina Izziari, who just introduced me, has been lent to the American Rescue Plan team. And as you can see, she is, one of the most talented people that you can have working for you, who is, again, particularly focused on the implementation, on equity, on cultural understanding. Does our policies good in theory, but they're not designed to actually reach and be understood by the people who need their help. And so I'm so thankful to Lorena, and so thankful for Ron for lending her to us for several months. She's doing such important work for us right now in the child tax credit and earned income tax credit and elements that are so important. Now, I will say that it was a great honor to be the National Economic Advisor for President Obama and President Clinton. But, when you're in a policy job, you work on policy and then you move to the next crisis. And you're pretty much always working on developing the next and new policy. To get an implementation job is a different thing. And it is in some ways, it has different challenges, but it has a very important reward, which is that it makes you focus like a laser, not just on was the policy well designed, was it well funded, but is it actually reaching the people it has to? And I think one of the, speaking of the child tax credit, one of the things I'm proud that we've done is that from the moment it started, we were focused not just on ensuring it got to people in the tax system now, including full refundability for the lowest income, but from the moment we started, we wanted to say, how about the people who were not in the tax system, who are likely to not benefit, even though they might need the help the most? Now, the truth is that this is true. This notion that our most essential programs for low-income Americans, people who need, a bit of assistance, a bit of a helping hand to ensure the degree of economic dignity and caring for their family, that we just year by year often accept that we don't reach all of them. The WIC program only reaches 80% of those eligible. The earned income tax credit, 80% of those eligible. When you start focusing in on ensuring it gets to everyone, you start seeing a different type of challenge. You see the technology challenge, you see the misunderstanding, the fear, the practical challenges of people having trouble with documentation, language, disability. It forces you to look at all of those things. When you look at the child tax credit, even when we put up a non-filer, the first non-filer system ever for the child tax credit, it still wasn't as effective as we want. Why? Because it wasn't in Spanish, because it wasn't mobile friendly. We are undertaking those efforts. And what you realize is you can't talk the talk on economic dignity and economic justice and not be focused on whether you are actually delivering the benefits to the people who need it most. We've had another great experiment in the American Rescue Plan, the emergency rental assistance. Our country has never had a policy, never had a national policy to prevent avoidable evictions during a downturn. This was a brand new thing. It's been difficult. It got a slow start. There have been challenges, but in the end of the day, we are going to help 3.5 million people stay in their homes. Are going to get full back rent paid. But it has also forced us to deal with significant issues of how do people know that a benefit's available? How do people fight through documentation issues? What is the cultural misunderstanding, the language barriers? Without these solutions, for the programs that are so essential to economic justice, economic dignity, being able to support your family, care for your loved ones, it's an empty promise if we can't work to deliver. And the thing that really gets me, and the point I really want to make, is that when you're designing policy, you can perhaps be comforted that if you have the smartest people in the room, you can design a good policy. But you cannot implement policy without a collaboration that requires government, nonprofit, private sector, technology solutions. You can't, because you can't sit in DC and understand all of the barriers that people are going to face. You need what is, I think, exhibited in the prize winners. You need to if I can use Bill Clinton's expression from his 92 campaign, you need technology and collaboration that puts people first, that starts with the idea of how are we delivering economic dignity to people, and then is looking for that solution and looking for it with the lens of how technology can make it easier for people to apply, to receive, how you can make things culturally relevant, understandable, how you can actually reach people, not just the masses, but those who you should be most concerned about, those who are going to have the hardest time accessing a benefit that may be not just nice for them, but life or death for them. And so I'm just really, really inspired by the fact that these challenges here, they are not abstract. I was struck that they are, and I don't want to give away the winners, but they are focused on the issues of rental assistance and vulnerable renters and childcare workers and things that are literally front and center to us building a stronger economic dignity compact. So I just want to say it's very inspiring to see the work people have done. And I just think when you're in an implementation job, when your focus is every day, is this reaching somebody? You have a greater appreciation, but also a recognition of a greater need that cannot be done without a collaboration of people who each bring a level of expertise, but it is all directed towards putting people first, to giving them economic dignity, to make sure that they have the benefits that allow them to rise, have opportunity, and be able to care for their loved ones. So thank you very, very much. Again, to everybody here, to Ron Jarman for his leadership, for Lorena for her excellent work that she's doing for the American Rescue Plan team right now, and as part of the team that has put on this summit and challenge. So thank you very much, and back to you, Lorena.
Thank you so much, Dean, for joining us today and kicking things off as part of the first Open Data for Good Grant Challenge. Now on to the prize winners. For our first announcement, I will turn it over to Sarah Nickel, co-founder and chief strategy officer at SIFSTART, who will announce the winner in their in-kind prize. Sarah is a nonprofit management and partnerships expert, passionate about helping governments most effectively serve their citizens. For the past decade, she has worked for organizations with a range of missions, from ending world hunger to improving government data and transparency. Sarah, over to you.
Thanks so much, Lorena. So I'm pleased to be participating in this event today as a project advisor to the Opportunity Project. And for those that don't know, SIFSTART is a nonprofit focused on helping local governments better serve their communities through partnering with innovative technology startups. Our goal is to support those emerging startups so that they can be successful in delivering the best possible products and support to the governments that they serve. We also work directly with government leaders to understand their needs and ensure they're being met through these partnerships. So today I'm excited to share the many ways SIFSTART will be supporting the top prize winner in the local government space. SIFSTART will be offering a 12-month partnership where the winner will receive a holistic support through direct go-to-market consulting, introductions to potential corporate media and nonprofit partners, access to curriculum led by experts across the space, and inclusion in SIFSTART's community through our Slack and various events. So I'm pleased to announce the winners. So I'm pleased to announce that we've selected Forerunner for floodplain management, led by JT White, Susanna Pha, and Sophie Clavel as the winner of the SIFSTART prize. So Forerunner's dashboard uses federal data and imagery to enable local government floodplain managers to effectively communicate flood risk and track changes in their community. Of course, the issue that they're tackling is important to so many communities across the US. We're impressed that they already have a proven track record of working with governments that is clearly effective for allowing governments to be more efficient in how they handle flood compliance while also making it easier for residents to be prepared. But I think what really stood out to us the most was what the judges deemed as their X factor, their ability to truly listen to client needs and creatively address those needs while still keeping the whole system user-friendly. This type of thoughtfulness and nimbleness is an invaluable quality in the GovTech space, and we look forward to helping this product expand and seeing communities benefit as a result. So thank you so much.
Congratulations. Congratulations to the Forerunner team. Next, we'll move into announcing the winners of the Health and COVID-19 category of the Grand Challenge, focus on topics such as helping local officials, business owners, and schools manage and utilize COVID-19 data. Our colleagues at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services will be awarding a total of $100,000 in this category across 5 prizes of $20,000 each. To announce the winners and speak more about why this category is so important, I will now introduce Michael Wilkening, who serves as Senior Advisor for Technology and Delivery at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Prior to joining the federal government, Wilkening was California's first Special Advisor on Innovation and Digital Services. Working directly with the highest ranking officials in government, Wilkening chaired the Innovation and Technology Task Force to connect the public and private sectors designing and utilizing innovative approaches to shape California's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Welcome, Michael.
Great, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us here today to celebrate innovation and learn more about the fantastic work our innovators are doing. My name, as Lorena said, is Michael Wilkening. I'm Senior Advisor for Technology and Delivery at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. I first got involved in open data movement quite a while ago, back in 2014, which led to the launch of the California Department of Public Health and California HHS open data portals. Much of our approach was informed by our relationship with US HHS, and I'm grateful to be in this role now, and I'm having that experience. The groundwork that we laid was instrumental in California's commitment to providing accessible data to the public and facilitating its use. This year, there was no challenge more critical than the COVID-19 pandemic. With new information coming in daily, we found that data sharing and collaboration were essential. Even more so, we saw value in combining our efforts with innovators like you to achieve a shared mission, our U.S. pandemic response. The HHS Office of the Chief Information Officer and the Innovation X team have put on a number of prize challenges to bring together our public and private sectors. HHS's history with TOP goes back to 2016. The HHS Innovation X team first adopted the TOP model in 2018 with the TOP Health Tech Sprint to unleash the power of open data and artificial intelligence for cancer clinical trials and Lyme disease innovation. In late 2020, HHS launched the COVID-19 at Anywhere Diagnostics Design-a-thon, which is a call to action for entrepreneurs, startups, and all innovators to create solutions using COVID-19 diagnostic data. The Design-a-thon crowdsourced ideas from over 700 developers, designers, and COVID-19 subject matter experts. More than 30 proposed solutions emerged, and Design-a-thon judges selected 16 winners. Those 16 moved on to the COVID-19 TopX Technology Development Sprint. To match the rapid pace of our response needed, the sprint was accelerated from the typical cycle of 12 or 14 weeks into an 8-week cycle. The sprint also embraced transparency. We worked in the open with the public. Some tools that have come out of the sprint in the past are currently in the market, like IBM's Digital Health Pass, a tool designed to enable businesses to verify health credentials. Other past challenge winners include LifePoint's Informatics State Reporting Hub, which connects testing devices to public health systems. UDoTest also created a solution to enable employees to order at-home and lab tests. Each team owns their own intellectual property while gaining access to government resources to help improve their designs. Products like these demonstrate there is no limit to what we can achieve when we collaborate across the public and private sectors. And that brings us to the Open Data for Good Grand Challenge Health and COVID-19 category. The Open Data for Good Grand Challenge is the third phase in the COVID-19 Data-Driven Innovation Series with HHS. This category was designed to be intentionally broad, but HHS was especially interested in digital tools that help to ingest, harmonize, report, or analyze COVID-19 diagnostic data, including at-home testing results. We encouraged any eligible team to apply, whether COVID-19 Design-a-thon or COVID-19 TopX teams, or other teams who are embracing the user-centered, agile methods of the Opportunity Project for the first time. After much deliberation and review by a diverse panel of experts in technology, open data, product development, community engagement, user-centered design, and policy, the following 5 products are recognized and awarded $20,000 each. First, I'm pleased to announce the Health Professional Student Association for their product, Activity Finder. This product uses the Career One-Stop API to offer a clinical job opportunity search for pre-medical students looking to enhance their applications to medical school. Judge comments range from outstanding technical quality to comments that their team's work is promising, realistic, well-documented, and scalable. What a great concept to help you search for common pre-medical activities, including medical, clinical jobs, research opportunities, and community service, especially with today's pandemic. Second, I'm pleased to recognize the National Fair Housing Alliance for their product, Front Door. This product uses the NLIHC's database of ERA programs to streamline the process of distributing emergency rental assistance for low-income renters. One judge said, there are a lot of people who could use this tool. Many of those people are also the most likely to need help and or come from disadvantaged backgrounds. Another wrote, this does a great job illuminating relief programs at the federal, state, and local level. Next, I'm pleased to recognize the Black Equity Coalition for their product, the COVID-19 Allegheny County Data Dashboard. This coalition created a dashboard that serves as a data visualization tool that uses a variety of federal, state, and local data sets to enable members of their group, policymakers, and the broader community to view and analyze the racially disparate impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic in Allegheny County, Pennsylvania. Judge comments range from exceptional tools and innovation to a great example of open data in the hands of community. Fourth, I'm pleased to announce the POLA Center at IUPUI for their product, the SAVI COVID-19 Impact Index. This team used American Community Survey data, CDC Places data, and the CDC Social Vulnerability Index to measure the layering effects of pre-existing vulnerabilities and the health and economic impacts of COVID-19 on residents in each zip code in Marion County, Indiana. This could be used by community organizations, policymakers, and health research, with one judge writing, it offers a range of insightful visualizations and statistics. Last, certainly not least, I'm pleased to announce the category winner, Solo Ichos, for their product, Proyecto Quinque. This submission used data sets from OpenFEMA and from Puerto Rico's Central Office for Recovery to simplify access analysis and civilian oversight of federal disaster funds for community-based organizations and other groups interested in Puerto Rican social and political issues. One judge was impressed with the level of passion this group displayed and that their dedication and their emotional connection was clear. Thank you all for your hard work, and back to you, Lorena.
Thank you so much for joining and presenting the award winners in the HHS category. Finally, we're excited to announce the winners of 4 prizes from the Census Bureau in the Society, Economy, and Built Environment category. This category was inspired by the themes of our 2020 and 2021 top sprints and included topics such as economic well-being, rural economic development, analyzing federal spending, and other social and economic challenges. We will be awarding a total of $60,000 in this category across 1 student prize of $10,000, 2 runner-up prizes, one of $10,000 and one of $15,000, and 1 grand prize of $25,000. So without further ado, the winner of the $10,000 student prize is Proyecto Quinqué. Proyecto Quinqué is an informative dashboard of open federal state data on federal recovery. You've heard about this team just now, as they were also a winner in the health and COVID-19 category. Congratulations to the team. We're excited to see how this work advances equity and recovery efforts in Puerto Rico and beyond. Next, one of the 2 runner-ups winning a $10,000 prize is the Envision app by Organizational Performance Systems. The Envision app uses multiple federal open data sets on income, poverty, people, and families, and housing to pave a path toward economic self-sufficiency for low-income families and those in need. Congratulations to the OPS team. This application demonstrated an impressive interdisciplinary approach to addressing generational poverty with a blend of cognitive science to empower individuals on their path of economic self-sufficiency. Congratulations to OPS. Next, the winner of the $15,000 runner-up prize is District Builder by Asavia. District Builder is an open source software solution and public engagement tool that puts the power of drawing electoral maps in the hands of citizens to support a fair and equitable redistricting process. Congratulations to the Asavia team. Many of the judges commended this team for taking on the ambitious task of putting power in the hands of people for redistricting. And finally, the winner of the grand prize of $25,000 is the Child Care Planning Assessment Tool from the University of Kansas Center for Public Partnerships and Research. The Child Care Planning Assessment Tool helps community leaders better assess and understand the connection between childcare and equitable labor participation, including a county-level snapshot of childcare supply and demand, an interactive calculator to begin addressing childcare needs in their communities. Congratulations to the team. This was the highest scoring submission of the entire competition. We're excited to see your work grow and help tackle the challenges of affordable childcare access. We would also like to recognize 3 honorable mentions in this category. First, public domain map, built by OpenStreetMap US. Second, Safety Grid COVID Tracker, built by the interdisciplinary Safety Grid team led by Jeremiah James Massioni. And finally, Bridging the Divide Mapping Tool, built by a team from the University of Louisiana System. Congratulations to all the winners, and thank you to everyone who participated in the challenge. Back to you, Drew.
Wow, congrats again to the winners. And thank you to everyone who applied to the Grand Challenge. We're so thrilled with all of the work. And we know that your ongoing efforts will help further expand access to opportunities and resources for millions of Americans. And what a great second day of Top Summit. I hope everyone tuning in today learned something new and was inspired to join the Top community through our sprints, workshops, toolkits, and prize challenges. And if you're in a federal agency, Census Open Innovation Labs would love to connect and share our innovation playbook. Don't forget to post what you've learned with hashtag Opportunity Project and hashtag Top Summit 2021. Tomorrow, we'll be back with another great day to close out Top Summit. Our final day will focus on scale and hands-on learning. We'll open at 12 p.m. Eastern with a keynote speaker, Nina Bianchi, who will share a vision for the future of work. Then join us for another session featuring tech lightning talks on new products, helping communities get climate smart. We'll break down the ins and outs of how to run a top sprint, and some expert speakers will break down the complex world of government technology funding. We'll also host a series of masterclasses where you can roll up your sleeves and walk away with instantly useful knowledge on hacking bureaucracy, running top at the state, local, and tribal level, crafting a pitch for your innovation idea, and pursuing cultural innovation. Then we'll wrap things up with the final live announcements of the remaining winners in the Open Data for Good Grand Challenge. Thank you so much for joining us today, and we can't wait to dive back in tomorrow. See you then.